we get to agenda item 1. So I'm going to pass over to David, the monitoring officer, who will read out the housekeeping. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to invite and welcome everyone to our annual general meeting, including all our councillors and our aldermen who are present. Can I remind everyone that in line with legal requirements, this meeting is being held face to face, but members and the public can join online and participate at the meeting. It is only councillors present that are taking decisions at the meeting. Officers in attendance are there to provide advice to the council. The agenda and papers have been published on the council's website on Tuesday, the 14th of May. The meeting today will be live webcast and the council will be making an audio recording of the meeting, and this will be published on the council's website in due course. There are no planned fire drills, but in the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs and congregate in the car park. And if anybody present might need assistance in exiting the building, then please let one of the Democratic Services team know. If members in the room wish to speak, please raise your hand and the Vice Chair and myself will note your name. And when it comes to your turn, please use the microphone on the desk in front of you. For members joining the meeting virtually, please raise your hand using the hand facility in MS Teams and the Chair will invite you to speak in due course. People will only speak when invited to by the Chair of Council to address the Council, and please say your name and role prior to speaking.
Thank you, David. So we'll move on to agenda item number 1. That's the election of Chair of Council. And can I have nominations, please, for that position? Yes, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It gives me very great pleasure to nominate Councillor Mike Best for another term as Chair of Somerset Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Yes, please, John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yes, I'm very happy to second this.
Okay, thank you, John. Do I have any other nominations on the floor for Chair of Council, please? No. Okay, excellent. So can I have a show of hands, please, for those in favour? Thank you very much. Those against? Excellent. Can I congratulate you, Mike, and ask you to step forward as Chair of Council?
I, Michael Best, having been elected to the office of Chair of Somerset Council, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. And I now sign the declaration. Thank you very much for allowing me to do another term as chair. Moving on to agenda item 2 is the election of vice chair. I would like to nominate Lee from the chair to do another year as vice chair. Do I have a seconder for that?
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to second Lee Baker as vice chair of the council.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? If so, can I have a show of hands? All those in favour? Any against? Congratulations, Lee. If you'd like to read your declaration.
Thank you very much indeed, members. I, Lee Baker, having been elected to the office of Vice Chair of Somerset Council, declare that I take the office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. I now sign that declaration.
Moving on to item 3, which is apologies for absence. David.
Thank you, Chair. Bear with me. Quite an extensive list. So I have apologies from Councillor Andy Dingwall, Councillor Susanna Hart, Councillor Helen Kay, Councillor Val Keach, Councillor Jenny Kenton, Councillor Kathy Pearce, Councillor Tom Power, Councillor Peter Sieb, Councillor Brian Smedley, Councillor Stephen Pugsley, Councillor Francis Nicholson, Councillor Andy Govier, Councillor Adam Boyden, Councillor Martin Zimmery, Councillor Jenny Snell, Councillor Nick Cotto, Councillor Tom Deacon, Councillor Mike Rigby, Councillor Jason Baker, Councillor Joe Roundell Green, and Councillor Sarah Dyke MP. I've also been informed that Councillors Heather Shearer, Mike Hewitson and Marcus Kravis may be late to the meeting.
Mark,
Chairman, apologies from John Cook Woodman.
okay, pick up those. Are there any further apologies? No? Okay. Oh, yes, sorry, David.
So we're just debating with you actually said Jill Slocum. I think she had a hospital operation yesterday and she apologised. Say Jill.
Certainly, I saw an email from her yesterday offering apologies. I can't remember who it was copied into, but it was threatening to go out dancing. So
Yeah. Emily?
I believe that Evie Potts Jones may also be late.
right, Councillor Slocum is
Oh,
behind you,
yeah, I
Mr.
see
Chair.
Jill is online. Welcome, Jill. Right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right, if we move on to item 4, which is to confirm the accuracy of the minutes of the full council meeting on the 23rd of April 2024. Do I have your approval for these minutes? David?
I note that the vote that we held on the property in Aztec West received an apology later, and this is not to challenge that vote or to challenge the apology that was made. I would like it recorded in the minutes, though, that the vote that was taken on information which was subsequently corrected. If we could just make that note, then that would be appreciated.
Okay, that's fine. We'll record that in the minutes of this meeting. Is everybody else content that I sign them? Okay, that's fine. Right, moving on, we go on to declarations of interest.
Yes, Chair, I've had no declarations of interest other than those that members have already recorded that are on our website in respect of membership of parish, town and city councils.
Thank you very much. Okay, we now move on to public question time. Members of the public are invited to address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Also, the speakers are reminded that all members of the council have seen the questions put forward, so they don't have to, if they want to read the whole thing out and just précis. But we have our first speaker is Sigurd Romans. Is he in the room? There we go. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. In February, Somerset Wildlife Trust published a position statement on the continuing problem of peat extraction. This practice is responsible for approximately 5% of all human-produced emissions of greenhouse gases globally. Greenhouse gases are largely responsible for the devastating problem of global warming. Following their declaration of a climate and ecological emergency in 2019, it wasn't 2021, time passes quickly, Somerset Council and its predecessors have carried out some important work in this area. This is, of course, particularly important in a county like ours, which is almost unique in still permitting the extraction of peat. Somerset Council's 2016 mineral plan, following on its 2013 document, Mineral Topics, Paper 3, Peat Reserves and Supply, is now severely dated. It started addressing the problem, but progress has been too slow. Although quality peat-free products have been available for years, the sale of peat continues, often indirectly, and amateur gardening accounts for 66% of all sales of peats in this country. It is hoped the Parliament will have debated this issue on the 17th of May, the so-called Horticultural Peat Prohibition of Sale Bill, including a proposal to ban the sale of peat by the end of 2024. Actually, I gather that this debate has now been put back to the 7th of June, so it's still pending. What steps is Somerset Council itself now taking to bring this dangerous practice to an end? Thank you.
Dixie Darch to reply.
Thank you for your question, Sigurd, and I really like the T-shirt. We do indeed need to talk about peat, and I urge anyone who's going to the garden centre at the moment to make sure they buy peat-free compost if that's what they're doing. So we are working with our key partners, which include DEFRA, Natural England, the Environment Agency, and FWAG, the Farming and Wildlife Advisory Group, across Somerset to reduce peat extraction. But without changes to legislation and consumer practice, it is difficult to completely eradicate. We believe peat extraction and its degradation needs to be tackled in a more holistic way, working in a supportive way with landowners and rural communities to keep the ground wetter for longer, to reduce the demand for peat and peat products, and by offering alternative income generation through green initiatives. There are several sites across Somerset that are trialling alternative land management methods to keep peat wetter for longer, whilst balancing this with the need to farm commercially. Somerset peat is recognised nationally as hugely important in reducing CO2 emissions and supporting biodiversity. The council will continue to work towards the eradication of peat extraction with partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is David Redgewell. Yeah. As he's not online and obviously he's not in the room, can I ask that the question be read and then we will send the written reply. Okay. Yeah, read it out. Yeah.
Question 2A. What progress is being made on purchase and redevelopment of Yeovil bus and coach station and shopping centre developments? In a report to Lasfield Council, the Executive Member for Planning and Regeneration, Councillor Ros Wykes, stated the shopping centre and bus and coach station would be demolition with grant money from Department for Levelling Up. As part of this scheme, once the council has purchased a shopping centre from the Northern Ireland Property Group company, what plans does the council now have as owners of the shopping centre and bus and coach station to keep the waiting room and toilet facilities open at the bus and coach station, including First Group PLC offices and drivers' mess rooms and supervisor office bus shelter repairs? Keeping the kiosk open for passengers and looking at the future of the cafe, it is very important that this regional bus and coach station that services bus and coach networks across Yeovil and into Somerset and Dorset is kept open. For bus network provided by First Group PLC, South Buses Division and First Group PLC, Wales and West Buses Division, South West Coaches Group. Somerset Council owned bus company. Berry Coaches, part of Megabus, Scottish City Link Coaches Network and Flixbus Coaches Network to Wincanton Bus and Coach Station, Amesbury and London, Hammersmith and Taunton from Coaches to Exeter, Plymouth, Cornwall and North Devon. Rail Link bus service to Yeovil Pen Mill Station, First Group PLC, Great Western Railway Company service to Dorchester West and Weymouth for Bournemouth and Poole, Castle Carey, Bruton, Westbury, Frome, Trowbridge, Bradford-on-Avon, Bath Spa, Keynsham and Bristol Temple Meads, Castle Carey for London Paddington, Taunton, Exeter, St David's Plymouth, North Road and Penzance or North Devon and Torbay, Yeovil Junction Railway Station, First Group PLC, South Western Railway Company for railway services to London Waterloo via Salisbury and services to Crewkerne, Axminster, Exeter Central and Exeter St David's. So what is the present proposal for Yeovil Bus and Coach Station and Shopping Centre under Somerset Council ownership? Question 2B. With the purchase of Yeovil Bus and Coach Station and Yeovil Shopping Centre and the council proposal to demolish the shopping. Sorry, that's my 3 minutes. I'll carry on. And the council proposal to demolish shopping centres, car park, bus and coach station. What provision is in place by Somerset Council to create a temporary bus and coach station similar to the temporary bus and coach station that built at Bath Spa during the shopping centre redevelopment that included waiting rooms, shelters, temporary public toilets, including disabled facilities, staff accommodation for drivers and supervisor and kiosk cafe facilities and information points? Question 2C, with regards to the Somerset Bus Service Improvement Plan, what discussion have the Somerset Council had with the rest of the County of Somerset on the bus service network, including North Somerset Council and the West of England Mayoral Combined Transport Authority and Baines Council Bus Services Improvement Plan, with Devon County Council Bus Service Improvement Plan, Wiltshire Council and Swindon Bus Services Improvement Plans, but especially with new administration in Dorset and the importance of Yeovil and district bus and coach network into Dorset with cross-boundary bus services. CR5 Yeovil Bus and Coach Station to Sherburn Railway Station, Sherburn Town Centre and Dorchester, operated by South West Coaches for Dorset Council. Service 5858A, Yeovil Bus and Coach Station, Yeovil Penmill Station, Sherburn Town, Sherburn Railway Station, Templecombe, Wincanton Bus and Coach Station, operated by First Group plc, South Buses Division for Somerset and Dorset Council, CR6 Yeovil Bus and Coach Station to Yeovil Penmill, Sherburn Town Centre, Sherburn Railway Station, Sturminster Newton and Blandford Forum, operated by First Group plc, South Buses Division for Dorset Council, service CR4, I'm nearly there, Yeovil Bus and Coach Station for Crewkerne, Beaminster, Bridport, Bus and Coach Station operated by First Group plc, South Buses Division for Dorset Council. This, along with the importance of bus depot facilities in Yeovil for maintenance of bus and coaches for Dorset and South Somerset Council area by working together to improve area bus and coach network through the Council's Bus Service Improvement Plan and Western Gateway Transport Board and Peninsula Transport Board.
Thank you, David. Just to complete this, I think in case David Orejuela will watch this back, if you want to read out the reply, but then obviously we'll send it to him in written. So Richard.
I didn't quite catch that, David. Could you repeat it? Sorry. Thank you, David Redwell, for your question. I'm going to answer question A and B together, and that is the council is committed to keeping Yeovil Bus Station operational as a vital part of rejuvenating the town centre. We will ensure the bus station remains a key transport hub in the county and are currently involved in commercial discussions with the owner with the view to buying the site. These talks are ongoing and have been for some time part of Yeovil's regeneration. Once we have secured ownership of the site, we will eventually look to remove some of the existing aging buildings with a view to making long-term improvements. We are currently considering the details of the facilities that will be retained for the time being as part of a phased approach to redevelopment, and we'll be discussing this with the bus operators. There will be no need to create a temporary bus station, as we will be keeping an operational facility throughout the forthcoming changes. And I'm pleased that that the work with the Somerset Bus Partnership and First Bus Southwest, with indeed the help of Councillor Adam Dance, have reached an agreement to keep the waiting room open beyond the 31st of May. To the second question, as part of the consultation process for the BSIP 2024 review, we have consulted with the Bus Advisory Board, which includes representatives from neighbouring local authorities. Officers have attached the enhanced partnership forums of these neighbouring authorities where their BSIP reviews will be discussed. At this stage, the review contains very high level ambitions and is not a bidding document. As there is no new funding available, we anticipate a further BSIP submission next year, which may require more detailed proposals, and we will ensure we are discussing with neighbouring authorities where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Right, it might be a good idea to remind people to check their phones to just make sure they're switched off. Subject related to this item, there was a petition to come forward. Yes, sorry. With relationship to the last, there is a petition that was coming forward, which I'm allowing. Adam has got it. If I could ask him to present it to me now, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard, for your answer to that question. And thank you very much, Mike, for allowing this petition to come forward. Last Friday in Yeovil, as some of you are aware, there was a campaign put forward to try and save the bus station and the bus station facilities. I was handed a petition, and I will read the petition as it's stated, and I will come and give it to yourself if that's okay, Councillor Best. Dear Adam Dance, please accept this petition as a formal recognition of the public concern for the closure of Yeovil bus station toilet facilities. This petition has two parts: the enclosed petition and the online petition via change.org, with approximately 1,000 signatures and growing combined. Kind regards, Linda Snelling, Yeovil Bus User Lead and Somerset Bus Partnership.
Okay, our next speaker is Rosa Kell.
Thank you, Chair. The bus travelling public of Taunton are being inconvenienced on a daily basis by the closure of the Taunton bus station at Castlereagh. We are unable to understand how this site can be used for a vintage bus experience for a weekend event where passengers can safely board these vintage buses at the site, but the station is not available on a daily for the daily travelling public. I therefore would like to ask the council if it can advise the passengers of Taunton of what the target date of which is estimated that the Taunton Mobility Hub would be open. Can we have confirmation that it will have a waiting room, refreshment areas, and obviously WCs? Has the DFT set a deadline by which the Taunton Mobility Hub must be open? We are concerned that that money could be lost, diverted, or elsewhere. If there's any risk that further delay could result in the DFT funding, the Mobility Hub would be withdrawn. We are concerned that it shouldn't be. We have asked other committees for updates and to date, but unfortunately we have yet to receive a satisfactory answer on the above items. I would appreciate if the council could enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard, if you'd like to reply.
Thank you, Rosa. First of all, I just want to make it clear, the bus station was originally closed due to a commercial decision by the operator ceasing to use the site. It was then bought by the former district council, and Somerset Council is now seeking to improve the site as a mobility hub and open it up for BSIP funds. It was not closed due to safety issues. But we would like to change the layout within the new scheme to minimise reversing manoeuvres and improve pedestrian movement. So the revised design will have safety benefits. It is considered safe for the heritage bus to pick up from the site as a one-off or an occasional trip, as per the event that the NHS have organised. The Taunton Mobility Hub is in the development phase, so the details are still emerging as we work through the process. The work is due to be completed during 2025 and is subject to planning permission. The date of opening will be shared once it is known. And I'll say the aspiration is to include a range of facilities, but exact details are subject to design, planning permission, and understanding understanding the future affordability. And I'll go on to say the DfT are not setting a deadline regarding the opening of the mobility hub. We update them regularly. And finally, there are risks with any infrastructure project which is managed throughout the life of the project. There is no risk to the funding at this point. Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our final speaker, Nigel Behan, who again cannot be with us. So he's asked the monitoring officer if he could read the question.
Thank you, Chair. In a recent summary of a debate on the future of social housing posted on the LGA website, Debate on Future of Social Housing, House of Commons, it was noted a generational step change in council house building is required to boost housing supply, help families struggling to meet housing costs and tackle housing waiting lists. And over recent decades, construction of new homes has failed to keep pace with population growth, demographics and socio-demographic change, particularly due to the decline public house building. At the same time, the stock of social homes has significantly reduced as councils have struggled to replace homes lost through right to buy. The housing shortage has seen rents and property prices rise significantly faster than incomes, acutely impacting the lowest income and vulnerable families and individuals. Compared to the private rental sector and homes at affordable rent, social homes provide a genuinely affordable alternative and greater security of tenancy. For many people, social housing remains the only feasible option due to the widening gap between local housing allowance and market rents. Councils are determined that all tenants should have the security of a safe and well-maintained home. Councils manage more than 1.6 million homes, carry out millions of repairs each year, and invest billions in housing services. The majority of social housing landlords are responsible and provide high-quality homes for people to live in, and councils are determined to ensure that poor conditions and repairs are swiftly and satisfactorily addressed. Moreover, funding remains one of the key barriers local authorities face in delivering more social homes. The lifting of the HRA borrowing cap in 2018, which allows local authorities to borrow against expected rental income, has had a positive impact on planned levels of council house building. Councils stand ready to rapidly scale up investment in new builds and the existing housing stock when further funding is made available. However, to meet our ambitions for social housing, there are a range of policy and fiscal interventions that councils need from government. And access to affordable borrowing. To fund the supply of social housing, we have long been calling for councils to have access to lower borrowing rates through the Public Works Loan Board. Government announced in the spring budget that they will bring forward a new discounted Public Works Loan Board policy margin to support local authorities borrowing for housing revenue accounts and the delivery of social housing, which is positive and will help provide much needed additional support for vital council house building projects. What will this council practically do to increase significantly council house building across the former district council areas in Somerset? Question 4B, in Reforms and Resistance, how tenants can influence housing policy, it was stated. Yet, after many years of relatively little activity, there has been a noticeable growth in grassroots resistance on housing issues. Much of the academic work on housing does not portray tenants as active agents who can influence or even change their living conditions. The analysis tends to focus on the nature, history, and potential impact of particular policies and processes in housing. But historically, grassroots campaigning has had a significant influence on the nature of housing at both local and national levels. Furthermore, in their current environment, housing campaigns are being sparked by the failing policies of successive governments. An example of this reform resistance dynamic is the campaigning over the past 2 decades by Defend Council Housing, DCH. DCH was formed when campaigners who had been opposing the emerging large-scale voluntary stock transfers of council housing to housing associations recognised the need to fight at both the state, local level and the national government level. Over the intervening period, DCH has had a greater impact than is often recognised. Tenants to secure anti-transfer, privatisation votes in approximately a quarter of all proposals in England. These votes resulted in very real benefits, with council tenants retaining their accountable, secure tenancies. At a national level, the early DCH successes focused the new Labour government to develop an alternative policy of arm's length management organisations. There were campaigns in Somerset to retain the council housing stock, successful in Taunton Deane and almost in South Somerset, where council tenants were actively involved in retaining their accountable, secure tenancies. How does this council intend to involve involve service users, citizens, residents, electors and council tenants meaningfully in moving towards a housing system that is based on the need for secure, decent shelter, not the priorities of the finance or the market?
Thank you, David, again. Frederica Smith-Roberts to reply.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Nigel for raising these questions. I hope councillors can just humour me in my response in the fact that it might be a little long just because of the broad subjects that Nigel has covered. And I really want to talk about the challenge and housing crisis that we do face here in Somerset. So the council shares the concerns on the shortage of affordable housing, both nationally and in our county. Over the past 7 years, compared to the previous 7 years, the number of properties let by housing associations and the council through the Home Finder county-wide choice-based allocation system has decreased by over 752 homes per annum. This is from circa 2,898 units per year from 2010 to 2016 to circa 2,146 between 2017 and 2023. Yet demand for affordable housing has increased significantly, both on Home Finder and through direct approaches to the housing option services, many of which probably us as councillors see in our inbox on a daily basis. There are a constant circa 10,000 households currently seeking affordable homes in this county, yet insufficient private rented accommodation and social housing through housing associations and the council. The dual pressure of fewer affordable homes available to let and increasing demand is both a national, regional and a local challenge, and I would totally agree that we are in a housing crisis here in this county. The environment for house building in Somerset, particularly affordable homes, is challenging as build costs have risen at an even steeper rate than many other costs. Affordable homes coming through the planning process are being squeezed or reduced as viability assessments, as well as competing Section 106 contributions for areas such as education and highways must be considered alongside affordable homes. We have seen new climate change and ecological requirements introduced through the planning system, which has also stalled many developments and or reduced the viability of schemes, further squeezing the number of Section 106 affordable homes able to be achieved through the planning system. The demand for private rented homes is so great in the county that there are very few landlords advertising homes within the local housing allowance level. The local housing allowance sets a ceiling for subsidy towards private rented sector tenants' accommodation costs. The inability of households to secure affordable accommodation in the private rented sector is contributing to the increased number of households on the Home Finder system and those looking for affordable housing with the council or housing associations. There are many registered providers and smaller organisations, including community land trusts, working hard throughout the county to try and build their own schemes or purchase the Section 106 affordable units from developers. The council work with many of these developers through the planning process and through our housing enabling team. Our aim is to support these organisations delivering not only new affordable units, but also the size and type of homes that we require in this county. As a landlord, the council does not have many homes in the south, east and most westerly parts of the county, as stock was transferred to registered providers a number of years ago, increasing the importance of good partnerships with housing landlords to manage affordable home provision. Timely support to help those registered providers helps deliver general needs and specialist housing, low-cost home ownership opportunities, as well as homes to rents at affordable rents. This is something that we at the council are committed to do. We also have our council housing stock of just over 9,700 homes. These are situated mainly in the west and the north of the county, although the council as landlord is stretching to other parts of the county on a small scale. 54 new build net zero affordable homes are about to be completed in Minehead this summer, and the council have been able to purchase homes in Yeovil and Martlock over the past year. The housing revenue account of the council is the ring-fenced account which is used to fund the landlord service and new council homes. The housing revenue account's income is primarily from tenants' rents. However, the council can use a share of the right to buy sales receipts and other grants to reduce the cost of new build and acquisitions to the council landlord service. Over the past 3 years, we have seen this proportion of right to buy receipts we are able to use for acquisitions and new build homes increasing from about 30 to 50%, which is helpful. However, the landlord service is not unfettered in its ability to grow its stock, as the HRA must have sufficient funds in its business plan, that business plan that we passed in the budget in February, to cover the cost of its services and any borrowing for new homes. The council as landlord has many responsibilities, with keeping tenants safe in their homes at the top of the list. Other key aspects of our service, including keeping homes in a good state of repair, achieving the decent home standard and the statutory milestone requirements to achieve net zero at an affordable cost to the tenant. The landlords and us as a landlord is subject to increasingly legislation, including the new consumer standards and regulatory framework, which rightly means that us as a landlord must seek to deliver a quality service to our tenants in a way and that we value. There is therefore a priority when setting the business plan to ensure the landlord first considers its needs to provide that quality services in safe, decent homes and increasingly energy efficient homes. These pressures equally apply to registered providers, and we have seen a national trend in social landlords reducing their development programme in order to concentrate on core services and achieving energy efficiency standards. Due to a one-off subsidy in 23-24, it was a good year for new council homes, with over 100 new homes and an exceptionally low number of homes that were lost, only 17 that were lost due to right to buy. On average, the housing revenue account predicts to lose circa 50 homes a year through the right to buy, and some homes are lost through regeneration work. The Housing Revenue Account business plan has 448 new build homes in its approved programme over the next 5 years, but we can see that this represents a small net gain when we consider the right to buy and regeneration losses. We recognise that those numbers are not sufficient to meet demand, and we need to find as many opportunities to work with other providers to maximise affordable housing in the county and encourage greater funding for building new affordable homes. The ability to develop and acquire more council homes is dependent on sufficient headroom in the HRA business plan or one-off subsidies which the council can bid on from time to time. In relation to how tenants can influence, so the answer to 4B, the landlord service is very advanced in involving tenants, our service users, in the monitoring of services and influencing the policies and priorities of our service. Council homes, whether they are managed both in the north by Homes in Sedgemoor or in the west by the in-house council service, are working with tenants engaged in operational matters such as landlord safety, compliance, standards of property, energy efficiency, communications, and all of which have bodies of tenants at a strategic level considering their policy and performance. Members of our tenant strategic group have just completed their 3-year term. I was there on Monday at that final meeting, and we have over 30 tenants that have applied to be selected to move forward onto that board moving forward. The government has introduced greater regulation for all registered providers, including council landlords, based around a number of consumer standards. Those consumer standards set out a clear expectation for social landlords to involve customers with decision making, as well as set out expectations of service in relation to safety, decency, engagement, managing and learning from complaints. These consumer standards help us as a landlord, including the council, maintaining a focus on the customer experience and collect customer satisfaction. The council looks forward to engaging with tenants and other stakeholders on options for the housing service to reflect Somerset Council as a landlord for nearly 10,000 homes.
Thank you, Fed.
Sorry, I'd just like to declare an interest if I may at this point. I'd like to declare that my wife is chair of the Taunton Heritage Trust, which runs almshouses. They've been waiting for 4.5 years for planning permission, 13 new almshouses in Taunton. So I'd just like to put that on record that I've declared an interest.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all of our public speakers today. If we can go on.
A very brief point of order, if I could, just on public questions. A canny member of the public might have noticed that if they turn up and do their question, they get limited to 3 minutes. But if they don't turn up, we read it out in full. It would be a shame if people thought they could be better off by not coming to speak to us. So I just wonder if that's something we could take a look at.
Yeah, okay, going forward, we'd already agreed to read one out, so I felt it wasn't fair not to read the other one. So that's why we did it. Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 7, which is the chair's announcement. The visits made by myself and the vice chair are detailed on page 49. If you require any further, Lee would be really happy to expand on it at any time. Could I welcome Councillor Rob Reid to his first council meeting since being elected? Welcome. Unfortunately, we are going to have to call another special full council meeting in June due to gravity details that need to be addressed. That meeting will be on Tuesday, the 18th of June at 2 p.m. and will be held at Somerset County Cricket Ground. It'll be a single point agenda, but unfortunately that has to be taken, so we have no other course but to hold that meeting. The point was made at the last council with starting at 2 o'clock. From our next meeting here, we're going to bring forward the start time to 1 o'clock. We're going to advance it back 1 hour and see how that works. So the only exemption to that rule will be the budget meeting. When the budget meeting comes around again, that will start at 10 o'clock and we will have the full day. Can I just say that a email has gone out to all of town and parish councils regarding my community awards, which is held each year at Taunton Rugby Club in October. It's gone out to all the councils, and now today it's gone out to all of you. When you visit those councils, could you just give it a little bit of a push, especially if I can mention the Mendip area. In past years, unfortunately, the Mendip area, we haven't had too many people come forward. So Mendip councillors, could you do your thing and try and encourage those councils to put people forward? You might have noticed that there's a goodie bag on the back of your chair. That's because it's foster care fortnight until the 26th of May. As councillors, we're all corporate parents, and this means we have a responsibility to support children in care, just as we would our own. Please take the bags home, have a read of the information, and help us to recruit more foster carers in your communities. Unfortunately now, I have to read another tribute to a member of past council that's passed away. It's Councillor John Lang. Councillor Lang passed away peacefully at Musgrove Park Hospital on the 25th of April this year, aged 70 years. John Lang was elected to Sedgemoor District Council in 1983 as a Conservative councillor representing the Newton Green ward, which later became the North Petherton ward. During his time on the council, Councillor Lang was vice chairman and chairman of the planning committee. Following changes in the local government, he was elected as leader of the council from 2001 to 2004, when he was succeeded by Councillor Duncan McGinty. We send our condolences to his mother, Joan, and the rest of his family. If you'd like to rise now for a short period of silence. Thank you very much, Councillor. Yes, David.
I think if you allow us, I think Councillor Bradford would like to say a few words.
Yeah, Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would describe John as a man of the people. He was a strong, burly sort of fellow. He had a big heart, a heart of gold. He would always help other people out, always. He became mayor at the age of 24 in North Petherton, the youngest mayor ever at North Petherton, and he did that job for 4 years, after which time he continued on to his role at Sedgemoor. He was elected to the Sedgemoor District Council in 1983 as the Conservative councillor, representing the Newton Green ward, which later became the North Petherton ward. And I'll remind you all now, this is the North Petherton ward we're sitting in today. During his time on the council, Councillor Lang was vice chairman and chairman of the planning committee. And he did have a big role in the Sedgemoor Auction Centre up there, as you see. It took a long time to get it to fruition, but John put a lot of work and a lot of hours into that. And a lot of things that happened in Sedgemoor is down to his efforts and other people working with him, because he had that knack of pulling other people in to work together, and he always compromised. He never took the odd way out. He always found a decision around it. Following changes in local government, he was elected as leader of the council from 2001 until 2004. Then he was succeeded by Duncan McGinty when all that ended. I also say that John played rugby for Bridgewater and Albion, played in the second row. Quite a prolific player he was. He wasn't to be messed about at all on the rugby field, I can assure you that. And on various occasions, he's had quite a few get in his car to go up the Bridgewater and Albion Rugby Club for drinks afterwards. He was that sort of fellow, that sort of character. He will be very sorely missed by Moreland, where he lived, because he used to do things at Harvest Supper and various events throughout the year. In fact, I was at an event one year and he made £300 of a pumpkin. £300 of one pumpkin. You can't believe it, can you? But that was the sort of man he was. He knew the clientele and he could squeeze money out of them. And he would be very, very sorely missed by that area. Only 2 months ago, his mother celebrated her 100th birthday. And John became ill when the COVID started, I suppose you could say. And ever since then, he tended to have one problem after the other. And it started to affect certain parts of his body, and he went downhill. And his farming's been taken on now by brother-in-law and Margaret, a sister. And hopefully they make a success of it. And I also mentioned, to tell you what a big heart he has, he was involved in several mental health charities. And that was very, very close to his heart, mental health. It really was, John. He was that sort of a chap, right? So really, I'm not going to go on any longer. I could go on and tell a few of the stories we used to go out together. You know, I've succeeded him in representing the same areas he represented for 20 years, and I'm quite proud to do that, actually. So rest in peace, John.
Bill Evans.
Thank you, Chair, and just sharing the condolences and the thoughts shared by my very good friend and ward colleague, Councillor Bradford. Councillor Lang was indeed a predecessor of both of ours, both as Sedgemoor District Councillors for North Petherton and as mayors of North Petherton, and he was a great one for serving the community and did so much for the village of Moreland and wider area, and in particular his involvement in the church. He still holds the distinction of being the only person to knock on my door and ask for my vote from any political party, and that's not an invitation, by the way. In 1995, he knocked on my door and I gave him some very brief Anglo-Saxon feedback as to why I was not going to vote for him, but I did ask him for his support with being able to relocate the North Petherton Cricket Club at the time, of which he was incredibly supportive through his contacts with the developments at the market, and we were able to tie a big project together with that. And I will remember that, yeah, in spite of all the differences that lie between us politically, he was a champion for our community and did so much. And particularly fondly remembered when I knocked on his door in 2017. Similarly, I got a negative response, but also a request to help with a particular issue around the roads in Moreland, and he was very appreciative. And above all, he was a real gent with the heart of the community, and he will be sorely missed in Moreland. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other members would like to add? If not,
we will move on to item 8 in the agenda, which is the Octagon Theatre, additional to the capital programme. And Federica, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to bring this paper forward. Back in October, Council will remember that we removed the Octagon Theatre from our capital programme. However, since that date, we have been working with partners, including Yeovil Town Council, Arts Council England, to look to secure the £10 million grant from DCMS. Those conversations are still ongoing. But part of what we need to do is add it back in the revised programme, which we'll see before you, back into our capital programme, so that we can demonstrate that we are supportive of what we are doing moving forward.
Thank you. Andy Soughton is going to second. Okay, we move out to anybody who has any questions.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, I'd love to second that, but I reserve my right to speak later.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Martin, I think that's your hand.
Good. Thank you, Chairman. It is my hand, yeah. What I have problems supporting this for one main reason, and it is in page 52, the first paragraph, I believe, yes. And it's all laid out there that the hope of the £10 million from the grant, and then the 3.75 million from the Yeovil Town Council, hopefully. But then it meanders off in the remainder held by Somerset Council from previous fundraising and ticket levy. Now that's a bit vague for me, quite frankly. I know about the ticket levy on the Octagon. There was a ticket levy put on for £1 per ticket, which was to support Westlands. Now, I presume any ticket levy will have gone to Westlands. So I can't, and as the place isn't open and hasn't been open for some time, I doubt there's any ticket levy money about, but there may be, who knows. But what I would like to see before I can agree this, and the principle is fine, but the agree is the actual figures and facts, because at the end of that particular paragraph, it then goes on to say, Somerset would bear some financial risk. And if we don't know what funds are available, and then the project goes ahead under our name, we could be liable for 1.25, is it? My maths aren't terrific, but 1.25 million, yeah. 1.25 million risk is involved here. And is that, are we going to take that risk on the say-so that this will be done by previous fundraising and ticket levy? I don't think that's sufficient information. And on that reason and that reason only, I don't think I will be supporting this. And I don't think it should have come to us in this form without the full information. Thank you, Chairman.
Fed, would you like to reply?
Yeah, so the paper today is actually the principle of adding the programme, not adding the project back into the programme, not actually approving the project in its entirety. That will come through in subsequent decision making. But the 1.25 million does have elements made up of a ticket levy that was there to support the theatres, not specific to the Octagon, but we have got that us as Somerset Council will be contributing that 1.25 million that has been laid out before you.
Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points. I note that the whole thing is going to pass to Yeovil Town Council, including it's going to be liable for covering any deficit. I think it's euphemistically called a subsidy, and I certainly don't recall a time when the Octagon ever ran a surplus. Is it really fair to expect residents in Yeovil Town Council area to be the people that actually cover the subsidy for an asset that draws people from way outside the county, some of whom will be infinitely wealthier than the people that live in Yeovil Town Council area? I'll just leave that one with you. I also find it ironic that we can find money for this project, and the town council can find money for this project, but there doesn't appear to be any funding for keeping the toilets open at the bus station, which is something that people are really asking for and really want. And finally, I have a query on paragraph 18, page 58. You are referring in there to public consultation in terms of the devolution. Does this mean that Yeovil Town residents are going to have the opportunity to participate in a parish poll or a referendum, which they could actually ask for? Is that how you are going to do your consultation? And what happens if people reject the idea of having to subsidise an asset that actually is a regional and a whole county asset, not just an asset that is specific to Yeovil?
Fed, come back to you and then Adam.
Thank you for those questions there, Sue. I think they're part of your questions should be directed to Yeovil Town Council rather than here today in relation to things such as the consultation that they're going to do. In relation to what is here before us, it is about us adding this back into our capital programme to look to secure a £10 million bid from £10 million grant from central government. We've been consistent in wanting to secure that so that we can deliver a theatre, yes, for Somerset, but that will be subject to discussions devolved to Yeovil Town Council, but it's a decision for them to take if they're wanting to take that on. In relation to if they didn't, then we would have to come back with a whole new business case.
Adam.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on the toilet front because I actually don't think it's relevant on this point. I can see why Sue's brought it up, but actually I can understand why Yeovil Town Council wouldn't have took the toilets on, because there was an investigation to us as the councils. We've said today here that we are actually buying Glover's Walk, and there is the potentiality that they won't be there. So it would have been unsensible for Yeovil Town Council to take them toilets on at that moment, plus the business rates, which they would have to pay as well on the toilets. It would be a lot better option if we as a council or Yeovil Town Council, which we are looking into at the moment, in trying to get some sort of portaloo on that site while we're working on moving forward what we do with Glover's Walk. But so I don't think this is relevant to the Octagon at all.
Thank you. Gwyl Wren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm chair, as you know, of the Scrutiny for Communities, and this came before us last month. It's slightly disappointing that I can't find any reference to our deliberations in the report, which may have helped some people. Essentially, we did drill into this a fair bit. I think we were reassured, as Federica has said, that the project is all about putting it back into the programme on the assumption, fingers crossed, that we get the £10 million grant from DCMS. That will allow us to go forward and come back with a revised business plan. We also pressed quite hard on the financial risk to this council associated with this. I was personally assured by the project manager that I think he said he'd never run a project that hit a problem, which he's a keeper, isn't he? But seriously, I don't think this final sentence that there is some financial risk, I don't remember it being in the scrutiny report. So there is a little bit of nervousness there on my part, but as I say, as Federica says, we're just putting it back into the programme. We're not making any final decisions at the moment. We also pressed the Yeovil Town question quite hard, because clearly, if we're going to be managing this project and then effectively handing it over to a smaller, lower tier authority, we need to be assured as a council that they're up for it and they're able to carry it forward. And again, I was given reassurances, and I think there will be more opportunities for checks and balances between now and any final decision being taken. We had a couple of other questions about some of the building works being considered, about the tower and things like that. But I think one of my main concerns is that if the theatre capacity is not increasing, then that does give me personally a question over future viability, because these days you do need to have bums on seats, and costs are increasing all the time. If you have a limited capacity, of course, then your earning capacity is limited unless you shoot your prices up, at which point the public may vote with their feet rather than their backsides. Anyway, thank you. I thought I'd just add that.
Okay, Mandy.
Thank you very much. I understand fully why this needs to go into the programme. I think it just needs to be very clearly articulated that the previous programme was only for emergency and necessary programmes, which this is probably neither. That was what was presented at the budget, so I think that is very clear. I'd also like confirmation how it will appear in the budget, because obviously we're looking for the funding nationally, some funding from Yeovil, and I will expect to see it a 1.25 possibly million in the council's contribution. So what safeguards have we that that won't go up? I did actually note the scrutiny comments which are in the paper, and just to say, scrutiny did ask about some costs of the project and how much it was costing to keep it open. It would have been really nice, following those scrutiny comments, for that information to appear in the paper before us. I think if scrutiny are raising a concern, in what you would want to ideally see those concerns perhaps addressed in the paper that come forward, and that was a missing for me in the paper today. Thank you, Chair.
Ed, do you want to comment?
Certainly note those comments both from Gro and in relation to Mandy's. I think we can look to do that for when we subject to today, and the decision being taken when we bring the business cases back through council, so that we make sure that we note those kind of what it costs compared to what it costs to be open versus closed. I don't know whether our finance team want to mention or answer anything into how it will show on our financial papers outside of my knowledge.
Anybody wish to comment from finance?
Want me to say it again, Nicola? Oh.
So the if it's agreed, it will be added to the capital programme with the funding coming in from the Arts Council and from Yeovil Town Council. We do have some of the funding referred to in a reserve, so that would be shown. It would be a transfer in, but at this stage, we're obviously it needs to be added in order for that to be shown to obtain the external funding needed.
Yes, Matt.
So thank you. Just for clarity, so we've talked about 1.25 million from ticket sales. Is that the entirety of that fund that sits somewhere, or is it an element of it? And will there need to be a environment then across to get it into the programme? Thank you.
If I may come in, Chair, the budget that we passed in February in the earmarked reserves, there was a line with 414,000 as an earmarked reserve, which was the ticket levy, and it references the Octagon. And there are other funding applications to other trusts and foundations in Somerset, South West and nationally that are being worked on. And I can assure you from my previous experience that if you want anybody to work on raising funds from outside the organisation, there's nobody better than people who work in the arts, because that's what they do all the time. And to raise 1.25 million when there are already funding applications successful and waiting to be ticked if the DCMS funding comes in, and there is 414 million, that was at the end of March, 414,000. I wish that would be quite a theatre, wouldn't it? We could buy the whole West End for that. Then that is already well on its way. Could I just remind colleagues that I think the most that's ever been spent on a theatre in Somerset, certainly in my lifetime and probably ever, is about 1.3 million, which were the extensions to Strode Theatre and the Brewhouse Theatre, which was National Lottery money. When Strode Theatre was built and opened in 1963, the total cost of that theatre with a fly tower was £40,000. And we are talking here about £15 million as a total, and that is
quite remarkable for an arts project, cultural project in Somerset. And if we are not able to deliver a cultural flagship for £15 million, working with all those partners, then I'll be very surprised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Will, I think you wanted to come back.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have to apologise to the officers. I skimmed over the reference in the report to scrutiny's involvement in this. I do apologise, and I will try and wake up or stay awake while I'm reading these reports for a bit longer.
Thank you. Rosemary Woods.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to remind councillors there's more to Somerset than South Somerset, because we feel that a lot of this money is being targeted to South Somerset. And I feel a bit miffed actually in West Somerset that we're being left out. We are part of Somerset. Thank you.
Very much, Adam.
Graham Oakes.
Thank you, Chair. Somerset is a wonderful, beautiful, great place to live, even Minehead. South Somerset is, of course, the best part of the county, but that's not what we're here.
Watch it.
Not what we're here to discuss. We are to discuss whether we just put this scheme on the capital programme. If we fail to do this, the scheme is dead in the water. I'm proud as a Yeovil Town Council member to have just discovered that the Town Council, if it fully puts in its share, will be twice what any other council's done in Somerset in history to support the arts. I'm really proud of Yeovil Town. But I just wanted to remind the financial side of the council that from memory, there were a large number of planning applications in South Somerset in the last 8 years or so that included 106 money specifically for the arts. And my understanding was that some of that money was to go towards this project. So perhaps Nikki Hicks could have a look through the books and see if there's a few more pennies to make Liz even happier.
Theo Butt Phillips.
The beauty of Somerset is its variety from Wincanton to Watchet, but I was just wondering if Councillor Woods had an alternative place where she thought that the Octagon should be relocated.
Adam.
Yeah, you can put some to us. Thank you.
Are you coming to me or you Councillor Woods, because she jumped up and down?
Councillor Woods wants to reply to that question. I will allow her to do so. Oh, she did. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
If we'd like to set something up in West Somerset, we'd be obliged to help.
Thank you. Adam.
Okay, I'd just like to say that come and try and tell residents of South Somerset that they've got a lot more going on there than what's happening in other parts, because we hear it all the time that we are losing out. But I would like to say that I'm very pleased that when we were South Somerset District Council, we had so many fantastic facilities. It's a shame other district councils didn't get up at the time and make these facilities in other areas. We have wonderful facilities, but we are very fortunate that Yeovil Town Council stepped forward, are taking on a lot more services than any other parish in this county, ranging from Mudford Rec to the Octagon to Westlands to Nine Springs, you name it. That's because they're a hard-working town council. So thank you, Yeovil Town Council, for what you're doing.
Bill Rebbins.
I don't believe that this is the forum for us to compete between different parts of Somerset. We are one Somerset Council. The motto is Somerset Éile, all the people of Somerset, and we are here to deliver for all of the people of Somerset. We could equally trumpet from Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts' answer earlier that we are having a substantial number of social housing, the first council housing to be built in West Somerset for some considerable time going into Minehead. We are delivering in all parts of Somerset, and we're not here to compete and between each other. We're here to do the best for all of our residents.
Caroline Ellis.
Yeah, I want to echo that really, speaking from a Taunton perspective, where I'm on Taunton Town Council now, we absolutely salute Yeovil. I think it is the business of town and parish councils to be investing in arts and culture. And luckily, because town councils are not under the cosh, the evil cosh of Whitehall and Westminster, and actually have the ability to actually implement things that their residents want, I think that's brilliant. And I think across the great county of Somerset, we do have an amazing diversity. We have a great mosaic of creative and cultural gifts. And in every area, it's our job to look after those, to invest in them and support them. So in Taunton, we have created our own arts and culture strategy. We absolutely think it is our business to support our creative sector. And there's so many different ways you can do that. And in West Somerset has the amazing East Quay, which has got Arts Council funding. Minehead has the amazing Regal. There are many riches across any part of Somerset that you would care to pick out. And I hope for the future, if there's a change of government in particular, that there is actually funding specifically to enable principal authorities to kind of really invest in a sort of coordinating way, so we can all support each other. So I absolutely strongly support this paper. Hats off to Yeovil Town Council. It doesn't hurt to Taunton or any other part of Somerset to have really good investment in the arts and culture. Absolutely 100% behind it.
David.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we've moved a long way away from just putting this project back in the capital programme. I think everybody's making some wonderful comments. I think we have fantastic towns and parishes and market towns, and good for them to doing all the work, and for all the hardworking town parish councillors, fantastic. But this decision is about just putting it back in the capital programme, and I'm not going to move it, but I do think it's a decision that we can all agree on fairly quickly.
Okay, I've got one, Sarah Wakefield, and then we'll move to the vote on this after going to the vice.
Yes, I was also going to, thank you, Chair. I was also going to bring it back to the motion. My understanding, and I'm sorry if I'm wrong about this, is that we don't get the DCMS funding unless it's in the capital programme. It's as simple as that. We've got £10 million that we're hoping to leverage in to this council for this project. We have to put it in the capital programme, otherwise we don't get that. Obviously, we need to do it. Thank you.
Martin.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I've started this off really. But as usual, I was referring purely to the agenda item and what was on the papers. And I was asking for, and have gained some information about the 1.25 million gap. Apparently it's now only 1.1 million, which is very good to hear. Or is it less than that? Under a million. But that was the point of my question. I'd like to say that as an ex-South Somerset councillor, I was on for 20 years on South Somerset, and over that time supported the Octagon Theatre. I attended the Octagon Theatre on many occasions and enjoyed it, and I have nothing whatever against the Octagon Theatre, and I hope it will be successful. The whole point of this is putting it back on the capital programme, which we're going to vote for in a minute. And my whole question was on the financial gap and the paper itself, which says there could be a financial risk. And that was the whole point of my question. The rest of it wasn't. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Andy Soughton, who's going to second.
Thank you, Chair. Bringing the Octagon project back into the capital programme, we'll see that with the support of DCMS, that we can achieve a flagship theatre for Yeovil, and I stress for the wider Somerset. As a Somerset councillor and leader of Yeovil Town Council, and one of the divisional members for Yeovil South, in which the Octagon is situated, I acknowledge I am wearing more than one hat. This project is not only important for the survival of the Octagon, but also to further regeneration and economic development of Yeovil as a whole. I look forward to working with fellow councillors, officers in Somerset Council, Yeovil Town Council, DCMS and the arts to see this high-profile project to fruition. Therefore, I'm pleased to be able to second this paper.
Right, can I go back to Federica just to sum up, and then we'll take the vote?
Really, I'm grateful for the supportive comments that I've seen today. It is about us adding it back into the capital programme, quite simply, as Councillor Fothergill said. So I'm going to present it as it is, and we'll bring back updates as and when we get them.
Thank you. The recommendation has been put and seconded. Full council add the revised Octagon project to the council capital programme on the proviso that a build contract is not awarded and building work does not commence until a devolution deal has been finalised with the Yeovil Town Council. Could I see a show of hands, all those in favour? Anyone against? And there are any abstentions? There's one. Okay, that is carried. Right, I'm going to have a short break for 10 minutes, just to come for a break, and then we'll plough into the rest of the agenda. I've asked the centre to turn off the Arctic conditions. So hopefully that will, and obviously we've closed the door at the front as well. So hopefully it will become a little warmer. Okay, moving on in the agenda to item 9, which is the first year review of the council's constitution. Ross Henley to present the report.
Thank you very much.
We have obviously some amendments coming in, but if we take the report, questions, and then deal with the amendments after that. Ross.
Thank you very much. Sorry for jumping the gun there, Chair. As the Chair has said, this is the first reviews of the Council's Constitution, item number 9 on your agenda. And I'd like to point you on your printed agenda to the recommendations, which are item number 2, beginning with 2.1. The development of the Council's new constitution in early 23 followed extensive partnership work by the 5 legacy councils and was influenced by the experience and the constitutions of previous local government reorganisations in Buckinghamshire, Wiltshire and Dorset. Reference was also made to the good practice and the best practice made from our 5 legacy councils before we came into one. Now, the Council committed to review of the constitution during its first year and asked that the Constitution and Governance Committee lead and oversee that review and then make any recommendations back to the full Council at its annual general meeting in May 24, and here we are. And areas of the Constitution the committee agreed for specific focus included public question time procedures at committee meetings, full Council meeting procedure rules, planning committee's terms of reference, licensing and regulatory committee terms of reference, the scheme of delegation, decision-making process, procedures, contract procedure rules and financial regulations. Now, 3 member-led working groups were established last October with support from officers in planning, licensing, legal and democratic services. The planning committee terms of references were led by the 5 planning committee chairs and vice chairs and the lead member for economic development, planning and assets. The second one, licensing and regulatory terms of references, led by the committee chair and vice chair and lead member for communities, housing and culture. And a third one was set up on council procedures and public participation. I'd like to thank all of those on those working groups because they've done really absolutely sterling job. They put an enormous amount of work over the last few months, and for every other member who submitted their feedback as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about the process and the different elements of the process of the feedback as well, member participation. Now, the 3 working groups presented their review and recommendations of the Constitution Governance Committee workshop, which took place at Dean House in Taunton on the 4th of April. And following that, at its committee meeting on the 17th of April, I'd like to highlight the feedback and debate in relation to paper D in particular. That's where the large amount of discussion, the debate took place. Paper D, of course, is the planning committee terms of references. I'd like to thank members for their input into this. At both of those meetings, we had some fantastic engagement from people right across the political spectrum of the council. I know some members who put some questions in when officers went away and they got written answers later on. Really good debate. And I'd particularly like to thank members of the Constitution and Governance Committee who spent about, I think, 5 to 5.5 hours over those 2 meetings looking at these reports, looking at these recommendations, and particularly looking at the Planning Committee's terms of references. It's good to see healthy debate and discussion on these important elements of the Constitution, because this is so important that we get this right. Now, a little bit about the process. Member survey was sent out a few months ago, and there was large engagement with that. And then the planning committee, for instance, each meeting, members of the planning committee were encouraged to complete a survey at the end of each meeting, which were collected up. Then we had the working parties, which were the planning committee chairs and vice chairs and Councillor Ros Wyke. The workshop on the 4th of April, and the Constitution and Governance Committee on the 17th of April. So I do believe it's been a really robust and strong process. There's been an awful lot of engagement right across the political spectrum of the council and lots of opportunities for members to participate in this. Now, council will see the recommendations from the Constitution and Governance Committee in papers A to F. And I do note the proposed amendment in relation to the paper D from Councillors Manson and Filmer. And I would highlight to the council that there's already been, as I just said, an extensive amount of work done as part of this review. And the committee has already indicated that it will conduct a further review of the planning committee terms of references by the end of 2024. And I'd extend an invitation to all members to take part in that further review. I was talking over lunch with a member of the council here, and planning is something which evolves as time goes by. How planning committee terms of references look now may look very different in 5-10 years' time, and it's a constant living document. And of course, we're going to review any recommendations that we approve today. We're going to look at these again, and it's enshrined within the report. In 24-25, we're going to revisit this and give us this due time and actually look at this again and actually see what's working and what's not working and how we can tweak this. So it's already built in that there's a further review to look at these issues again. And issues that are raised by members that's the proposed amendments and other questions we got from the members, we will have the time in the next operational year of the council, Constitution and Governance, to look at these issues and debate them and discuss them. And also like to highlight the further review of the Constitution. The scheme of delegation will be required in the next year as a consequence of any changes to the council's target operating model and its organisational structures as part of the council's improvement and transformation programme. The Constitution and Governance Committee will maintain a watching brief and oversight in this further review, and we'll bring forward any specific recommendations, of course, in due course to the council, which is the decision-making body in terms of the Constitution. And in closing, I'd recommend and commend the recommendations in papers A to F to council today, and I call on my vice chair, Councillor Curley, if he'd like to add any points now or reserve his right to speak at the end of the debate and potentially second this report. Thank you.
Tim.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to second these recommendations and reserve my right to speak at the end of the debate, please.
Thank you. Is there any questions on the papers except those relating to the amendments? Yes, Mandy.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions really, and just to also say, I think learning wise, on the very first Constitution and Governance meeting we had looking at this, we were asked to set up those groups. I think I did put forward and ask that there were people on that group, certainly with the planning, that were not just chairs and vice chairs. And again, looking forward, I would urge the chair to consider having some of the Constitution and Governance members on that group, so you have that link back to the committee, and they will have had, of course, the added information of those conversations that went on within those groups. And I think that'd be really helpful moving forward. The other thing I note with that is that the 2 days consultation with councillors, I have read and looked through all the feedback from councillors that formed part of the papers, and that was raised as an issue by a number of those comments that we returned, and that hasn't probably been taken on board. The issue I actually want to bring up is not around planning, it's around the financial part, the financial regulations, which were another part of the Constitution we've reviewed. That did not have a working party. There was not a huge opportunity to ask any questions, and subsequently I had a large number of questions that ended up coming to the Constitution and Standards Committee meeting, which was far from ideal. I think if that conversation could have been had offline, it would have been much easier. So I will thank the chair for allowing me to put those questions. Those questions have all been responded to, and I thank the officers for that. And that has resulted in a number of changes to the financial regulations, which I'm appreciative of. My question is, I have been through all of the papers, and quite a lot of the changes that have been made, I'm pleased have been made, have not been put through as track changes. So nobody else in this room will actually know that they've been changed and what's been changed. So my plea is, if you are going to have changes, if you're going to track changes, which the papers do, make sure they're all tracked. And I have got a list here of what's been marked as track changes, what hasn't. Most of them haven't been marked in the paper. So, like I said, everybody in this room will not know or not be aware. And my last plea, again, is to save time and effort and paperwork. Where you have track changes on a paper, you don't need the original, you just need the track changes paper. Because if you read through all your documents, you'll read through the original, think you've read it all, and then it goes into the track changes paper and you are reading the same thing twice. So I think as far as council is concerned, as long as they have the paper that shows the track changes, what it was before crossed out, what it is now, I think most people could manage to take that on board, and you would save yourself probably a couple of 100 pages of paperwork today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mandy. Ross, did you want to?
I want to thank Mandy Chilcott actually for the questions she brought forward to the Constitution and Governance Committee, and she put a lot of effort into drawing the questions. I think it was it 17 different questions, and I'd like to thank officers for taking those away and getting some timely answers to Mandy on that. And she made a really good engagement on that and asked some very good questions. And again, I note what she said, you know, when we set up this process, I think it was the meeting we had in Yeovil in last October, Constitution and Governance Committee, when we talked about the composition of the various different working parties. And, you know, we had a very thorough discussion about that. And I accept, you know, and I hear exactly what you're saying. And of course, we'll have a further opportunity to look at all these issues all afresh on anything which is proposed and supported and voted through today in the next operational year.
Thank you. Are there any further questions before we move to the amendment paper? No? Okay, we have two amendments. If we take the first one, which is proposed by Dave Mansell and seconded by Bob Filmer. So Dave, would you like to go through the first amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now, as has been a bit echoey, hopefully people can hear me okay. I don't wish to any adjustments. I'm hearing it's very echoey where I'm sitting at least. Yeah, hopefully that sounds better. I think it does. Thank you. As will have been gathered already, there are actually concerns about proposals in this paper related to the changes to the planning terms of reference. And there were a number raised, but most notably, and the biggest one, was in relation to the provision for referral of planning applications involving divisional members to area planning committees. As has been mentioned, there were surveys as part of the process looking at some of the aspects of proposed changes, and it is worth noting that the survey response on this one, which suggested that divisional members would only have 2 days to contact the chair with planning reasons after the officer report is published, that a majority of the respondents were not happy with this change. More said no to the change than favoured it. And some of those now, I've also been aware since myself raising concern on this area, and like most of the other members, I know what goes on in one area, one of the 4 areas of the council, but rather less in the other 4. But since I've said that there's problems in our area on this, I've heard from other members who have said in the other 3 areas of the council, this process has not been working correctly and there have been problems with it. So there's been a universal problem throughout the Somerset area in all 4 areas. Now, if what was said in the Constitution currently worked, I think things would be fine. But for whatever reason, what the Constitution currently says has not been what has been happening in practice. And as a result, there are a number of divisional members who have not been too happy with the outcome and don't feel they've been treated fairly when decisions on referral to committee have taken place. The working group has been mentioned, and unusually, the other working groups that were set up involved the Constitution and Governance Committee members. Now, for some reason, the planning one had no members of the Constitution and Governance Committee on it, and this is where the proposals came from. Now, it may not be significant, but one result of that is that the proposals have largely come from one group on the council. Other groups were excluded from that working group. It also may not be of great significance, and I certainly have no wish, and I'm not questioning the integrity or the diligence with which the planning chairs and vice chairs and the lead member approach their task in the working group. But it does have to be noted they have a certain perspective in this process, whereas others may have a different perspective on it. Now, it is generally thought when you're looking at something that it's important to involve a wide variety of stakeholders and to take account of a wide variety of stakeholder views. My observation is that did not happen sufficiently in this case. The wider council membership was not represented on this working group, and I'm afraid that may have been why we get to the situation we're at now. It is really important, and this has already been said about other matters raised today, that the council's constitution needs to serve the whole of the council and serve the whole of Somerset. That is a really important overarching principle, and there's reasons for doubt in this case. Now, the best way of sorting this out is to refer it back to Constitution and Governance Committee, and that is what this amendment proposed to do. Just please to take the planning terms of reference. The other working group proposals, fine, but please, the planning ones, they need to go back to Constitution and Governance Committee. They need further review. This should not result in any significant delay. The important consideration should be to get it right. Please support this amendment.
Bob Filmer.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to second the amendment that's been put. Firstly, also to thank the chair of the Constitution Committee for the work they did on the whole report was massive, and the amount that your committee had to get through was a huge amount to deal with. So thank you for the detailed work that went into the whole thing. I think my concern with the elements that related to the planning section is that particularly the issue has been raised about the 2-day call-in issue for members, and I know a number of members have got real concerns of that things can be missed when you've only got a 2-day window to get a response in. The planning service is probably one of the most forward-facing departments that the council has, and is one that is engaged with widely by the public. It's also is one of the few ones where if mistakes are made, those mistakes are literally set in stone. If they are not cut out before the planning is decided, there is no way of going back if that gets missed. So I think what we would like to do is, as has been said by Councillor Mansell, is to ask for the planning section just to be referred back to allow other members to have a more of a feed into it at this point, and to help us get a service that will be more responsive and maintains the democratic input into planning. I know officers have raised concerns about delays that this might bring into the system, but I think the 4 district councils that operated before have all shown that if you've got processes in the background that work, you can make it work with the democratic process being fully engaged with, and that members have that ability to call things forward. So I would ask if the chairman would be please prepared to take this back, give it a second look, and then bring it back to us again. Thank you.
Yes, Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I've substituted the last couple of times on Constitution and Governance, and I have to say I support Councillor Mansell's amendments because I know this was of great concern to a lot of us. If we're going to review at the end of 2024, and we are now into May 2024, I see no reason why we cannot bring it back now to Constitution and Governance to have another look at it and make sure we get it right now. At least at the moment, we have the staff to do it. Come the end of 2024, we won't, because we're making a whole pile of them redundant. So let's do it now and get it right. And I'm sorry, officers, with the greatest respect, you are there to advise, but it is us as councillors who get to decide. And I fully support the proposal put forward by Councillor Mansell and seconded by Councillor Filmer. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to say that there was officer comments put forward on a separate paper for those that have read them. Ross, would you like to?
Yeah, very much so. And I thank again Councillor Osborne as well for her comments. I know she's been a very valued substitute on that committee and makes a very full value contribution to it as well, and to make some really intelligent sort of contributions and questions there. I wanted to come back and some of the points raised by Councillor Mansell, Filmer and Osborne. And my concern is with these recommendations, these amendments, I do apologise. I think actually it actually is seeking to do something or achieve something which is contrary almost to what they're actually suggesting. We've already said that the process, I think, has been rigorous and robust. We're actually seeking at this stage at full council, annual council, to introduce new procedures which have not been subjected to the process. They haven't gone for a member survey, they haven't been through a workshop, they haven't been through a working party. And I think, you know, this potentially making policy on the hoof here. And I think that's regrettable, and I think probably not the best way forward. And I think the way forward is actually for us to approve the.
Ross, hang on a sec. Point of order. I think the councillors responding to the second amendment, which we haven't come to yet.
No, it wasn't. No, I was just okay. If I can continue, Chair.
The amendment is to defer it back, not to take all the.
And I was trying to explain that I would not wish to support deferring, because I think that, and I think sometimes there's a comfortable position. There is a comfortable position to defer, to delay, to not make a decision and not reach outcomes. I think sometimes we have to reach outcomes, and I think I think the majority of the support I wish to support, and I wish us to vote through this afternoon. But what I want us to do is, and again, make the point crystal clear that we are already going to be looking at this again in 24-25. The valid points which have been made by Councillors Mansell, Filmer and Councillor Osborne and others, we will have an opportunity to properly discuss and debate all these proposals and indeed more during the next operational year starting after this annual council meeting the next year. It's already enshrined in the report that we are going to be having another look at the planning committee terms of reference.
Back to you, Sue.
Thank you. That is precisely what the amendment to paper D, item 9, the first proposal is, to bring it back so we can do these workshops, so we can look at it properly. And let's do it now rather than kick it into the long grass till next year when we won't have the staff to do it or the will to live possibly. Let's do it now. Let's get it right now. That is what is being asked by this amendment, and I stand to be corrected by Councillors Mansell and Filmer because it is their amendment, not mine. Let's do it now. The other bit, recommendations 2.1 that you go into next, that is basically the backup, that if you fail to back this, then we would have to sort of proceed to the next part. But part 1, bring it all back to constitution and governance, which would be the correct process, so it can be done properly. And let's do it now and get it out the way. Then it's not something else you've got to worry about further down the road when there may be other things we need to be focused on. Section 114, perhaps?
And I go to Ros Wyke and then Gwyl Wren.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to remind members of 3 things, if I may. First of all, planning is not supposed to be political, and therefore having the chairs and the vice chairs, who are the experienced members and the ones who are seeing it on a weekly basis, if not daily basis, as they see referrals, it's not an unreasonable thing to actually have them look at it. Secondly, the proposal, I believe, actually throws out all the changes, all the amendments, and I think it's really quite strong to say, let's do it properly. I mean, for goodness sake, surveys going to everybody who attended for 6 months, every planning committee across the council, surveys for not only members, for members of the audience, for agents, for applicants. So there was quite a broad spectrum. We then went and took considerable line by line legal advice, because this is a legal document and we need to get it right. And therefore, and then it went to the Constitutional Committee workshop, and it was for them to decide who they wanted to be at that workshop, and then on to a recommendation. So it has been done. It may not be done according to what you want as the result, but it actually has been done, I think, fairly thoroughly. And I think the third thing I would say about this is that all members get notification. Legally, they are required 21 days. You get 28 days. So you have a chance to hear what the parish councils are saying. This is an opportunity, in addition to the 28 days, where you can see the officer's report and consider it. I think in any member dealing with quite a large number of planning applications, which some of you are, you know the ones you need to watch for, the ones you want to see what the officer is saying, rather than the ones you've already heard what the parish council is saying, and you have a position on whether you believe it should be referred or not. So it's not as if it's only 2 days. It's actually 2 days as part of a whole process. So I think it is actually really reasonable. And the third thing is, and we mustn't forget it, this is a service trying to help people get their planning applications. We're working to quite tight deadlines, statutory deadlines, and if we fail to actually consider applications appropriately, then applicants can ask for their money back, they can challenge in all sorts of ways. So what is being proposed is not an unreasonable way of doing things. And I would also like to suggest that if you're going to do changes, then you don't do them on the hoof. We will go through the process again. It's embedded in the proposals. And I think to suddenly throw it all out of the door and say, oh, we're going to do it again, I think it's really quite disrespectful. The amount of officer and members' times to get to this position has been huge. I think we need to respect our colleagues, that they've done their very best. I think we all recognise that it will never be perfect for everybody. And we will have to take a view at some stage of, yes, we'll look at it again and we'll do it. It's in there and we'll come up with some other changes. I'm sure planning is a live process. It's one which everybody in terms of members has an experience every single week of our lives as members. And therefore, I think we will continue to tweak it. But please be respectful. Please recognise that we've done something which is, and there are many changes in this document, not just this one. And we need to give those changes a chance to see how they run, and then we'll review it again. And we'll get it better next time again, and we'll be listening again. And I recognise the point being made by Councillor Chilcott that having some members of the Constitutional Committee may be a way of adding to understanding of the overall process. And I'm really happy to take that forward. I'm not in any way suggesting that shouldn't be the case, but I do think we should respect our Constitutional Committee. They've made some serious recommendations. We should go with it, and then we'll review again. And that is actually embedded in the recommendations.
Will Wren.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things that the proposer, Councillor Mansell, said at the outset was that the majority of those who came back in the survey were unhappy with the 2 days consultation. I think that's possibly the nub of the issue here, that it's really not that long enough. And so therefore the proposal is to, rather than wait 6 months for the review, let's just have a look at that, the whole thing again now. I don't really see what the objection is to referring it back to the committee at this point, rather than waiting 5 or 6 months towards the end of the year, particularly if there are areas of serious concern. Councillor Wyke has just made the point, which I think is misplaced, about this being political. It certainly isn't. I'm not a political person, as anybody who knows me will testify. But it was mentioned that the only people who were in this working group were actually the committee chairs. Now, they're planning experts, but actually we ordinary members are all involved in this process. We all have a part to play. And so for us not to be involved in that decision-making process, I think was unfortunate. And so therefore, hence the amendment, let's take it back again. Let's analyse it through a broader membership and see where we get to. Thank you.
Bill Revens.
Thank you, Chair, and just take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee and working groups and the officers who worked incredibly hard on bringing a very detailed set of proposals forwards. And I think it's perfectly understandable that some members will find something in a set of proposals that they are not happy with. Nevertheless, there has been a process with which I am satisfied is robust and is supportable. We've already had an undertaking from the chair of the committee that this is a living document and will be under continual review, and these points can be brought back and put forward at a later date. I would also just advise that in terms of the redundancy point that was raised earlier, just advise members that the planning services were exempt from the voluntary redundancy programme, and I would not expect any further for that situation to change. So I don't think that's a valid argument. I think that one's a red herring, I'm afraid. I think we just need to focus on getting the work that's been carried out by the officers and members here through. We'll do the review and we'll look at it again with the points and concerns that have been raised over the next year.
David Fothergill.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think those that know me will know that I'm probably the least qualified person to talk about planning. It's not my strength, my core skills. But I think this is a little bit more than about planning. And you know, I do take exception a bit about the political thing. This is not a political debate. This is about getting the process right so that people in Somerset, residents in Somerset, have got absolute confidence in the process for submitting their applications. It's not about, I think you said this is how we get planning applications approved. It's about people having their voice in objection as well. And that's where a lot of local members come in. We are there to help people to voice their objections. And I think that what we have now is we're taking up positions, and this is wrong because we need to get the process right. And there's a number of members which just happen to sit this side of the room, whatever party, and they're saying we have not been heard. We've got some real concerns about this because when it gets to the public, it will cause problems. And we could resolve this and we could bring it back on, I don't know, June the 18th, or we could bring it back on July the whatever. But let's just take another look at it. The 2 days is the issue. All I'm saying is it's not political. Just listen to people that have got a lot of experience that weren't involved, that could have been involved, and they're just asking for more time to consider that particular point.
Alan Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the work other people have done regarding all this, but we've got a gentleman in this hall who's done 14 years as chairman of a council, Councillor Bob Filmer, probably the chairman of one of the most successful councils within Somerset. Now, surely, in my book, experience of life counts for everything. And really, to look at this again might be the right thing to do. And I do think Councillor Osborne's right. The time you get to sorting all this out, there won't be so many people to handle it so quick. And I do feel very strong about this. I've never served under a chairman like Councillor Filmer. He knows exactly what he's talking about. He knows the way they run things off the top of his hat. No question about that at all. And I think these sort of people should be listened to. Is there anybody else in this room who's done that amount of time and experience as a planning chairman? I'd like for them to raise their hand if they have. So I'm right. Experience counts for everything. In everything in life.
John Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I'm thrilled because there's been lots of talk of non-political voting, which is absolutely fantastic to hear. And Councillor Dyke, I think it was, Wyke, sorry, my apologies, was saying that this is not party political in any way, which is tremendous. I hear from Councillor Fothergill that also there's no party political from his side either, which is tremendous. Obviously, being an independent politician, there's clearly no politics going on over here. And in fact, the nice thing about being independent, which of course we all are at this meeting as we are discussing planning, the nice thing is that we're independent and independent of mind, and we can vote the right way according to how we feel it's right for those we all represent here in Somerset. So I look forward to the vote on this particular amendment. And based on odds, one assumes that 50% of that side will want to go no, and 50% on that side will want to go yes. And the same probably on this side as well, because we're all thinking as independent politicians. And I ask perhaps that we all do just that. We think of this as an independent human being representing the 8,000 or 9,000 people we represent in our divisions. What would they like? Would they like this amendment or would they not? So I look forward to the vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Sarah Wakefield.
Yes, thank you. This is interesting. I have sat on planning committees, and I do get a lot of planning applications referred to me, as all councillors do when they come in. And what I tend to do is look at them and think, this might be controversial, or this might be something that's difficult. And I write in straight away if I think that, and ask them to refer it to the committee if they are minded to approve it. Which is what I think people should do. You can always change your mind about that, but I do think it's incumbent upon us as councillors to keep an eye on the planning applications as they come in and to have some idea whether they're going to be controversial or difficult or against what local people want, so that you can ask them to be called in if you think that's important. And I've had several where the committee chairman has said to me, well, actually, I don't think we are going to call this in, and I've accepted it. But I really think what councillors are asking is for a rerun of a decision or a group of review that's already been carried out, and they're asking for more time for councillors to ask for the planning process to be delayed while a further decision is made. And I don't think that's really fair. We've got a planning team. It's difficult to keep things going in the timescale the government sets us to do anyway. And I think there will be, we have said there will be a further review of this during the next year. But I do not think that unitary councillors can keep jumping in and say, oh, by the way, I want you to refer this now. It's too late to do that. Do that when you see the application, if you think it's going to be controversial, and then stay with it if that's what you continue to think. So I do think it's incumbent upon us as unitary councillors to use the materials that we've got and run the process the way it is supposed to be run. So I will be voting in favour of the original amendment and not the amendment from Mr. Councillor Mansell.
Tony Locke.
Thank you, Chairman. Never ceases to be non-controversial planning applications, do they? You only got to listen to the debate in this room now. Firstly, as a member of the workshop which sat with the chairs and the vice chairs, because they weren't mentioned by a couple of members, and the officers who put many hours of work into this proposal, which is in front of you today. Planning will never be run, never be right for a lot of individuals, especially when it's not the application they want. And one comment just now, and I can't remember who made it, I won't use names. Anyway, try to do what our community wants. Actually, you try to do maybe what your community wants, but within planning guidelines. That's what a lot of you tend to, and a lot of people tend to forget these days. It's the planning guidelines which you have to work to. I've sat in on many of the area planning committees. I'm not going to comment on any committee or any individual, but I'm surprised, very surprised with some of the comments which come out there in the committees. And you know, that's the way it is. That's how planning applications are. But we have to remember that this workshop come up many hours, come up with these recommendations to try to make this planning aspect of this authority work in a better way than it's been working in the past 12 months. Now, there's nothing to say everything that has come out in that paper is 100% kosher and right and going to work. Planning can be reviewed any times. It doesn't have to be 6 months, it can be 9 months, it can be a couple of times a year as you're working through the process. If you find anything which is going to help make the policies work better and you make the tweaks, you can make them as you go along. But one thing I would implore you not to do is delay implementing this as it stands at this moment in time. Give it a chance from the people, the chairman, the vice chairman, and the officers who've been involved with planning to see if this works. If it doesn't, then come back and say, this is not working, but don't leave it to the last minute and look up and say, oh, we would like this changed. I didn't know this workshop was going to take place with the Constitution Committee. I didn't know this was happening. Well, it's your duty as a councillor to know it's happening. And it's unfortunate that you didn't know, but you do know because it has happened. And I was watching your head go red, Bob, when was speaking over there. Sorry, I had to just have a make light of it there. But I would implore this council to go with what you got. This is non-political, as it's been stated by many councillors. This is something we have to try to make for our whole authority to work better and to work smoother. One thing that has not been mentioned is planning and planning officers in any authority these days. Authorities are struggling to keep their planning numbers up. One thing we must do moving forward is avoid non-determination, because non-determination would cost this authority a lot of money moving forward. I think you know which way I'm going to be voting on this recommendation in front of us, and I would implore you to do the right thing and do the same. Give it a chance to work. But please don't just sit back and say, I didn't know it was happening. I missed that, must have missed that. Oh, and all the emails I get, you know, it's disrespectful to the people who've done all the work over the years, the Constitution Committee, and it's important, you know, that we move forward as one. That's all I want to say, Chairman. And, you know, without the risk of repeating myself. But as I say, I am very, very surprised and shocked, as I've said, I'm going to repeat this. I think there are a lot of people on this authority who really need some serious planning training. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got three more speakers. I've got Dawn Johnson, Henley Hobhouse, and then I've got Lee Redmond. And then I want to go back to the proposed and seconder and move on the vote for this. We've had, I know, but okay. We've had quite a lot of debate on it, and I think we need to, we've got another amendment after this one. So, okay, Dawn Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the years of Mr. Filmer, so I'm sorry, I apologise, but I can say that I have been very involved on a number of planning applications. My area does seem to have an awful lot of rather controversial ones. And I'm really a bit confused. And, you know, we have 28 days to pass an opinion on an application, as far as I'm aware. All the 2 days is about having heard the officer's report. Now, from the ones I've dealt with, you get a fairly clear idea of where the officer is heading, and whether it's going to be either going to committee or not. You could have asked for that yourself, you know, way back in that process. So I'm not quite sure what this problem with the 2 days once the report's written is about, because that's really not my experience of dealing with planning matters. And also on the consultation, to me, there's been a lot of consultation. You know, the public had a survey, had a consultation that they could participate in. I shared it with my parish council. I put it on social media. Anyone that wanted to comment on the planning has been given plenty of opportunities, including all the political parties that were able to attend those planning workshops. So I'm really struggling to feel that people's voices haven't been heard, because we had the forms to fill in at planning meetings. If you attend planning meetings, you had those forms to ask your opinions. So I don't think any further consultation is going to hear anything more than what it's already heard. And the decisions that have been made have been considered and are what is proposed to move forward. I think that's all I need to say. But I mean, we have this opportunity to revisit if the 2 days is not sufficient for people not to be aware of where their planning applications are, and to suddenly register something that will emerge in the next 6 months. I think perhaps it's a timely reminder for every councillor to keep an eye on your emails if you've got a planning application that you feel strongly about.
Henry Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very shocked when we started a unitary council that the unitary councillors were not consulted after the parish councils had been consulted. Because at the end of the day, I've got 13 parishes. I do not attend any of their planning committees. There are too many. I already attend 13 of their full council meetings. I really don't need to sit and listen to all their planning committees. And I'm getting told at 28 days that somebody wants to cut a tree down in Castle Carey. And I'm getting pretty sick of it, to be frank with you. And I need to be told that I have a parish council that is unhappy with the officer's recommendation. Do I want it taken to the planning committee? And the answer to that question is, I can make my mind up in 2 days. If I wasn't concerned, or I wasn't, I'd probably miss it. But I've been doing this for 18 years. And I'm sorry, Bob, I've not got quite your experience as chairman, but I was doing that for 4 years. And it really, for those who don't look at their emails daily, I really do despair. Thank you.
Lee Redmond.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to take part in this because I didn't think there was much complication there with what's being asked for this amendment, but I just wanted to come in. A question, first of all, please. A lot's been made reference to this workshop that was held. Could I seek clarification? The workshop was advertised to all members to be able to attend, please.
Ross, do you want to?
I believe it was all members of the Constitution and Governance Committee workshop, and other members were there, and members of the Working Party were there as well. David, our monitoring officer, may wish to add to that. I'm not, but that's it's my understanding. It was members of the Constitution and Governance Committee, any other substitutes they may have had, and members of the working parties as well.
So just for clarity, so no is the answer then.
Andy Soughton, you wanted to clarify?
Can I come in as well?
Yep, sorry.
As for clarification, and I'm sorry, I'm going to seek to come back. That may be so, but Constitution and Governance Committee voted for all these proposals. They actually reported the proposals. It's a cross-bar party body. All members have the opportunity to take part in the members' survey, which went out to all members. All members of any of the 4 planning committees were regularly surveyed after every single planning committee meeting. It's just not correct to suggest that this has been a decision which has been made quite tightly by a few number of councillors. There has been equal opportunities.
Give me, Chair. I thought it was my opportunity to respond, to ask my question. It was a relatively simple question, I thought.
Could you wait until the answer and then come back, please? Sorry, did you finish, Ross? Andy, did you want to add something to clarify?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's worth looking at the history of this, actually, because the original terms and reference for the planning committees were looked at by the Constitution and Governance Committee in late 2022. Around about Christmas, or probably finalised in January of 23 before vesting day. To my knowledge, and I would like to be corrected if I'm wrong, but to my knowledge, there were no chairs or any planning committees involved in that consultation when we set the terms of reference. The reason we've had this review is because what was set then wasn't correct and wasn't working. We've had that review, we've come up with some recommendations now, and we need to try that out to see if it works. To bring it here at this last minute to try and change that without due consideration that we have put all that work into, I think it's not right. So I think we need to accept this document in its entirety, try it, bring it back for review as has been promised in the paper. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Chair, am I allowed to
Yes,
continue
sorry,
my
Lee, I was
point
going to
now?
come back to you now.
So moving on, so the question that I asked was, is that a number of things have been made clear today that I just needed to get some understanding. So the workshop that's been referenced wasn't made available, the opportunity to attend wasn't made available to all members of this council. That's just a clarification I wanted in the first instance. I wanted to go on to say, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank members of the planning committee because they do a bleeding hard job. They put a lot of time and effort in, and they did, and I'm pleased to say I only have to sub in onto some planning committees, which is useful for me. However, one of the things I do rely on is our email process and the ability to be able to have time to review things. Sometimes, as has been made clear, that as a local member, we're made aware of planning applications at a very early process. However, there are other times when we may be aware of a planning application, but not necessarily of any of the input from parish councils, town councils, responsible bodies, standard bodies, or anything else. And the first time some of us members get to see the planning application in its fullness before it goes forward with the officer's recommendations attached to it, is when we receive that email that comes through to us. I've managed to adjust my system so a little red flag goes on to a planning application when it comes through, so that I try to look at it. We receive, as members, a lot of emails, some of us more than others, some of us less than others. There are some members that work full-time as well as do their council business. The ability to see all emails in a time and efficient way isn't always there. The 5 days allows members that little bit of an extra gap. The way I read this, the only point in the amendment is what asking to review is that 2-day, 5-day period. There's no other bit. So as far as any other of the decisions that have been made in this paper or suggested, there's no disagreement from it. So all I'm asking is that, because of the concerns that, okay, I missed it when I read the first draft of the papers and didn't get the consequence of that part. But since it's been made aware to me and become clearer, I think the ability to consider what we're saying across the council, to say, please reconsider the 2-day, 5-day decision element of the planning. I'm pretty certain the majority of the other points will be accepted, is to just give us time to, that's what this is asking to do. And I'm pretty certain if that bit was changed from 2 to 5 now, you'd get the majority, a vast majority of the hands accept it. When pausing it, I'm sorry, won't cause major problems, because as has been made clear a couple of times today, the current planning procedures seem to be working reasonably okay with some minor tweaks and changes. So if we were to pause it to take a review, then that wouldn't make a big difference of what's going on. So, Chair, I wasn't planning to come in, but I just wanted to make clear that not all members were given the opportunity to have complete and utter sight of what was going on. And this is a minor change that would make the system better for us. So I will be supporting the amendment, Chair.
Thank you, Lee. Just to clarify for your first part of the question, can I go to David just to absolutely bottom that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, the workshop was a combination of the chairs, vice chairs of the planning committees, plus the lead member and Constitution and Governance Committee. But all members were obviously invited to the Constitution and Governance Committee on the April the 17th, where the matters and the findings of the workshop and the review were discussed at full length.
Thank you. Hugh, I did notice that you haven't spoken at all. I will allow you to come in before I go back to Bob and to.
Oh, Chair, thank you so much. I did vote for you again.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just say that when I was on West Somerset, I wasn't on planning for long. I hated every moment of it. But if there was a call in of 3 days, even that was a nightmare because of the geographical area that we are in and the way of trying to contact each other because of we don't live in the same part of the world, as it were, even though we're in West Somerset, if you get the drift. But 3 days wasn't long enough in some cases. I had to actually go around to people's houses to get them to buck up and do the job together. So if you're reducing it from 5 to 2, that's not playing the game. Why was it reduced by such a heavy amount? Why?
Okay, thank you. Is any? Do you want to go back on that, Ross, or are you okay?
That's fine. I mean, I'm sorry. I apologise to Lee for sort of butting in there and sort of bringing in some wider points into the discussion. I just really wanted to, if you could allow me an opportunity to sum up, I'd like to. I would urge people to reject the amendment and say we will look at these items as suggested and enshrined in the report in the next operational year 24-25, and all we are doing is actually supporting the recommendations made by the Constitution and Governance Committee, who have looked at this at great length, which is a cross-party body. I know that not everybody is satisfied, not everybody's happy, but the majority of the Constitution and Governance Committee were, and I think it would be disappointing if we were to overturn any of their recommendations brought before full council.
Thank you. Bob, did you want to add anything before we go to the vote?
You will be coming to the proposer after me, will you?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I don't want to take his place. So all I was going to say was 2 things in terms of some of the comments that have come back. One of the things that I think not all members are getting hold of with this is now a 2-stage process that we're operating on. So you are first consulted as a ward councillor to make your comments on the planning application. The 2-day bit is what gets it to go to committee or not. And so even whatever your comments were first time round, you have to comment that second time to take it to the chairman and vice chairman for them to agree whether it goes to committee. So that's the concern that members have got. You can have raised your concerns at the first stage, but if you don't raise it in those 2 days, it will not make it to committee and we lose the opportunity to have that public forum. So that's the issue that we're there. And again, I don't think any of us are trying to do anything that's outside of the constitution of this council. The point is all these documents come to us for full council to allow every member to have their say, irrespective of which committee it's been to in the past. So we're just simply taking that opportunity to flag up an issue and ask, with great respect, to take it back to that committee and have that other look so that we can at least have that review.
Thank you. Right, Dave Mansell, before we go.
Thank you, Chair. It's been an interesting debate. I think it has shown that there is a certain element of misunderstanding and confusion over what is actually being proposed here. Just possibly that alone suggests there's a problem. I think we should be clear that the survey response was against the proposed change that has come forward. I absolutely agree, and I suspect all of us do, that this should not be and is not a political matter. But there was a problem, I'm afraid, with the working group that it should have had wider council involvement in that process. And the little that there was, I'm afraid, was insufficient. Now, regarding the changes that have come forward to the terms of reference for planning, yes, absolutely. Most of them are fine. They can and should proceed. It is not the intention to block them. However, there is one element in particular which is causing a fair degree, as has been gathered, of concern and that it will lead to big problems. Trying to disentangle that from the others at full council is not the ideal situation and not really what should be happening. And that is why this amendment was to refer it back. The problem is in particular about this 2 days, and as Bob has just highlighted, if a divisional member has a view on an application, yes, they should be making that early on, and there's a time limit for doing that at an earlier stage. This is a separate stage right at the end, which only starts, the trigger to it is the case officer report. And this case officer report comes entirely out of the blue. You don't know when it's going to come, but it will suddenly come to you, and there it is, and you've got it. But you don't know it's coming in advance. There's no advance notice of it. You could be waiting weeks, months, even years for it to appear. And then when it appears, what has been proposed is you will have 2 days to look at that case officer report. You've got to interpret it, and you've got to think about the material planning reasons which you originally raised and whether they still apply or not, and whether they've been dealt with or not. You've got to think about it. You should be, if you're a decent councillor doing what you should be doing, that is what you should do. You might be going to a full council meeting that day. You may be attending 3 parish council meetings that evening, and you may have something similar happening the next day. It's not unusual. It's happened to me last week, and it's happening to me this week. This is the way things go. And we're being asked to turn it round within 2 days. I'm sorry, that is not reasonable. We should not be put in that position. Now, yes, the planning process is to serve Somerset correctly. That is what it's about. And that does, and the public that's being served here, yes, it is the applicants, but it's also those affected by applications. And their voices need to be heard in this process correctly as well. And one place that may need to happen is at planning committee. And those members of the public should expect us to ensure their voice, when it needs to be heard, has that opportunity. And the proposed change, I'm afraid, could deny that. Now, we have a constitution in place already on planning. It's not perfect. There are problems with it, but it has been working along. I have to say, in this particular aspect, I think what is currently there, if it was done, what is said in the Constitution would work better than what is proposed. So it's not my ideal, but the current is better than what is now proposed here. It needs a further look. I'm sorry, the proposals which have come before us are not right. It is important that we do get it right. And the right way to do that is to refer it back to Constitution and Governance Committee for further review. Please support the amendment.
Thank you.
Can we have a name vote, please, Chair?
We're just, sorry?
Can we have a name vote, please?
How many people would like a named vote? No, that's that done then. Okay, that's not enough. Okay, the amendment has been put forward, proposed and seconded, detailed on page 3 and page 4 of the document that you have been circulated. Could I have a show of hands? All those in favour? Okay. Those against? Was Barry Clark to right at the end? Voting for? just on this side, was there, how many voted against? Sorry, just to confirm.
Two.
That's fine too, thank you. Okay.
The amendment falls.
Yeah, it's 35 for, 47 against, so it falls. So now we move on to, there is a second amendment that's been put forward. Again, it's back to Dave Mansell, and this time it will be Gwyl Wren to second.
All right, thank you. So I have to quickly get together for my head together for this one. I'd hope not to put this one, I have to say. The intention is this one would just have been withdrawn if the referral had happened, but well, unfortunately it's not. So let's try and correct the problem, see how we get with that. Okay, so adding a bit of context, I found myself a substitute at this Constitution and Governance Committee. I have been taking an interest in this. I knew a little about what had been going on. I have to say, I found myself really rather surprised when I started reading the papers and getting more detail on what happened. It was clear that probably the planning aspects were the bits that were most contentious. They were taken at the end of what was a very long meeting. There's already been talked about the meeting and that there was a lot of discussion, but for some reason the planning got pushed to the end. There was some debate. I have to say, for my judgment, it was not dealt with properly at that meeting. I'm sorry. And that is why we've ended up now debating it today. It needed better debate than it had then. And it really, what it most needed was good discussion within the working group with a wide involvement from the council membership. And it is very disappointing that didn't happen. I do hope some lessons are being learnt here. Now then, sorry, I've realised I've got my wrong bit of paper out. So there we are, Amendment 2. I'm looking at it now, sorry. So what this one's about. This is now then, it's and it's quite complicated what's in the paper. We've got a main paper with recommendations. Those main recommendations then refer on to the planning recommendations, which are on page 180 of the reports. The recommendation that is relevant is 2.111, 2.111 on page 180. And what the amendment now for this one does is add a little bit of text at the end, and it replaces what has been the proposed change in the terms of reference 5.6 B to C. Now that does sound complicated, I appreciate that. What I would suggest is the full text is in the amendment, and the amendment is in supplement 2. That shows the full text of what is proposed. The effect is to replace what has been proposed through the main report, and it very much focuses on this the two-day problem that has been highlighted. Okay, so I think I hope that we've probably got it. As I tried to explain just now, this is all about the 2 days when the case officer report comes out, and the divisional member who finds that they've then got a contrary view to what the case officer has said, and they won't know until then. When they then find out they've got a contrary view, they've got 2 days to look at their material planning reasons and consider the report, and then make a representation to the chair or the vice chair. They've only got 2 days. I'm sorry, that is not enough. I suspect if we go with this, there will be members on both sides of this room who get caught out by this, and there will be residents throughout Somerset in divisions of all colours where members of the public are very upset with the outcome of what is risked if we go ahead with the change and don't amend it. We will not be serving our public correctly. Now, there's also, I hope made clear, it is understood that division members have to have material planning reasons for their referral. That, of course, is important and right, and no one is questioning that. It's all about this 2 days. What the amendment proposed is a simpler approach to this, because what is in the current constitution and still what has been proposed is pretty complicated and not a straightforward and simple approach. So there is a simple approach here. If the divisional member has requested a referral with their planning reasons, and then at the end of the process, if they find that the officer has taken a contrary view to the divisional member, and do remember the divisional member is the one who has lots of knowledge about the local area. They're the ones who live there and will have insights that result from that, and that is the area they're they're elected to represent. Now, if the divisional member, having viewed the officer report, the proposal is with the amendment that it would be an automatic referral to planning committee if the divisional member had a contrary view to what had emerged in the case officer report. It would be automatic unless the divisional member withdrew, which they might wish to do. They may realise it may become apparent there's no material planning reasons for doing so. Everything's been well addressed through the process. But if they think they've still got some, then they're right to think that they may be right to think it should go forward. So it should be an automatic referral onto planning committee, but they could withdraw their request. And that is the better way of going through. It keeps it simple, and it should ensure the mistakes don't occur, some of which we have been seeing occurring over the last year. Quite importantly, it would also apply to both minor and major applications. Now, I don't know whether it's been noticed that it has been said that most of the referrals come from the parish, town and city councils. Division members are not the ones making lots of referrals. They only do a few of them. The officer response said it's mostly the parishes, towns and city councils who do this. So divisional members are doing it less and may have further, given lots of consideration when they do it on the more rarer occasions. Now, we've got a two-tier process, though, will emerge from the proposals because major applications will automatically be referred to plan committee if the parish, town or city council has a contrary view. For some reason, divisional members are not treated in the same way. Apparently, our views are not counted in the same way as the parish, town and city councils will be. We won't have an automatic referral. That does not seem right. Why is our contribution not given the same respect in the process? And I'm afraid that is part of the proposal that's come through. Our automatic referral for major applications has been wiped away. It should be there. It should not be wiped away. So please keep it back. Okay, what we need is a clear, fair, transparent and simple process. That is what this amendment aims to do. I think I've probably said enough. Please support it. I really do see big problems arising for potentially which could happen to any of us within this room if we do not ensure we've got this right. This amendment will correct a problem in the proposals, and I do urge all members to support it. Thank you.
Will Wren.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, we don't want to go and repeat the debate we just had, but what I would like to say in supporting this amendment is just to point out that we, 110 of us, are all involved in the planning process. We all get notifications about planning. So I would ask you to seriously look at how this current system is going to affect you, because it will. If the current constitutional changes go through, and you've already put your views in on a planning application, they will count for nothing at the trigger point when the officer's report lands. You then have to go through the process again. You have to trawl through the report, and then you have to go back through the process again. You've got 2 days to do that. It's been mentioned. I don't want to labour the point, but this is on all of us. This is going to. I've run out. No, can you hear me? This, I think we will all find, will be quite onerous. Okay. Now, the amendment in front of you does genuinely try and simplify this. So for the first thing, if the officer recommendation is ultimately in agreement with the views of the unitary councillor, and let's not forget, silence, if you don't respond to a planning application, that means you're in agreement with it. You have no problem with it. That will automatically go through the delegation process. The issues arise, actually, if you have a view that is articulated to you by local residents, by parishes or whatever, or on your own views of what's going on, then you will put that in fairly early in the process, I suspect, because we all have a member consultation form. We are all expected to put planning reasons on the bottom of that, and that is your view until you decide to change it. You don't have to come to another decision again when the planning officer's report falls. That stays with it. Now, there is plenty of opportunity for the planning officers to come back to you. This also provides an opportunity for the chair or the vice chair to discuss it with you. You can follow the process through to see if there are any conditions attached or being proposed that will make the application more palatable. This, I think, is a much better system than the one that you're being asked to vote through today. I therefore urge you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Right, if I can throw it open. Ross, do you want to comment?
I'll wait and hear any other contributions first, but I reserve the right to come back, Chair.
Any other members wish to comment? I'm looking along the lines. Oh, John Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to labour the point a little bit, but I completely agree with what Will has just said. It just makes so much sense. And I have to say the 2-day thing is just that little bit too short. All we're talking about here is extending that to 5. I think for all of us councillors, there's not 110 of us here today, but I'm sure those that aren't are listening. It's going to affect us all. We're all going to miss one of these on holiday, whatever it is. We're all going to miss one of these, and it could be the vital thing that really does affect those we represent and the applicants as well. So I do think we should think about this highly before we vote it. I should have had a bit of fun with you earlier on and suggested what the score would have been on the last vote. So I'll do that now. Last time it was 47 against, including 2 independently minded people on this side of the floor. It would be nice to see that there are perhaps more variety this time. So I would expect at least 45 from one side and possibly a few from this. It would be nice to see that everyone does look at this as independently minded. I cannot believe all of you, to a man and woman, have the same thoughts on this. I can't believe that. I mean, it's just not possible, is it? 1 or 2 of you must surely agree that this is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ros Wyke.
Thank you. Just thought it might be helpful for some clarity on this, because there's slightly different interpretations of what you've got and what the system is being proposed. First of all, you don't have 21 days, you have 28 days. Parish councils have 21, and that's to ensure that you have an opportunity at the first bite of the cherry to actually hear what the parish council is going to say, and you can then make your comments. And I think you'll find that many councillors actually say at this stage, I want to refer it or not, once they've heard particularly the parish council. The second thing about it is that the 2 days is to allow people to have a second look at it once the officers report. Now, the experience of the planning department is that when you have 5 days, most of the referrals have already occurred. And so majority of the planning applications are sitting there in total silence for 5 days. So that's one of the thinking around it, was trying to save really precious time in the process. Now, we could pull back the 28 days back to 21 days to buy some time once you've received the officer's report. But again, I'm not quite sure whether people will turn around and say, well, 21 days, it's not good enough, I need 28. I think the point which is being made quite clearly by people is that you do not need to put in a second bite of the cherry once you've seen the officer's report. If you've already asked for a referral, and most of you who are experienced will know the ones you want to refer, then you don't need to do it a second time. It's only for the ones, the marginal ones, I guess, where you may want to wait for the officer's report. Though indeed, I think you'll find that many people will find that picking up the phone to the planning officer or the chair or vice chair early in the process again helps matters. And the planning officers do and respect the fact that ward members want to have a conversation early days on the conditions or whatever else. So coming back very clearly, you've got 28 days. You've got 21 for the parish council, gives you a week to consider that. At any time, you can put in a referral, and the chairs and vice chairs know the historic information. They don't wait for the 2 days around the officer's report. So what we're trying to do is speed up the process in a way which actually delivers an efficient a system. And there is a commitment that we'll look again, but just be aware that it's not trying to constrain. And one of the things I would suggest is that the current system has actually empowered our parish councils, because in some parts of the county, they never had the ability to refer, and the parish councils now can refer to the chair and vice chair. So all in all, that's good. And there is a role for the chair and vice chair, and to have automatic referrals, in essence, removes the authority and the support of the chair and vice chair on items on the committee, on their committees. And I think we need to respect the fact that chairs and vice chairs are experienced individuals. They have long conversations with planning officers that understand the underlying issues as well as the maybe not so obvious material reasons. So I reiterate, please take the proposal from the Constitutional Committee. Let's run with it. Let's see what they come up with their review.
Thank you. I can't see any more hands. So can I go back to Gwyl and then obviously back to Dave before we vote on this one?
Yeah, thank you. I'm picking up a degree of confusion because the proposals as read, I mean, great play has been made of the fact that the 2 days actually is a new trigger point for the local member to refer to committee. And I'll take the trouble of reading through what the constitutional amendments say. They say where a referral to committee has been requested, these applications will be referred to. That's the first application where we put in. We go back and say, yes, this needs to go to committee. Where it's been referred to committee, it will be referred to the vice chair or vice chair of the relevant area-based planning committee with a copy of the officer report and recommendation and copy to the divisional member who requested the referral. This is the crucial point. The local council, should be council member, not councillor member. The local council member will be responsible within 2 days, 2 working days of receipt of the report and the recommendation of informing the vice chair and chair with material planning reasons if they still wish the item to be referred to the relevant committee. So it is indeed, it is a trigger point. You can put in your views as early as you like, but actually if you miss that 2-day deadline when the report drops, you won't get it to committee. That's what it says. That's why this amendment's come forward. Thank you.
Dave Mansell.
Thank you. Well, you made the point very, very well. This is the key issue. It's about this 2 days at the end where if it's going to be referred to committee, the divisional member has got to respond, got to notice that the report's come through, digest the report and contact the chair, vice chair. And that 2 days is too short. That is not a fair system. It's going to, if it's accepted, it's going to trip people up all over this council. Sorry, it's not right. Please change it. Please go with the amendment. That will ensure the constitution can serve the whole of this council, and also, very importantly, respect the important role of the divisional member, which otherwise is being sidelined. Thank you. Please give the amendment your support.
Thank you. Okay, the amendment has been put and seconded. So we need to vote. Can I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour of the amendment? Any against? Any abstentions? Yes, that is 28 for, 42 against and 5 abstentions. So that is lost. So that brings us back.
Chair, a point of order before you move to the
Yes,
next vote,
please do, yeah.
Just a bit of clarification, really. I'm assuming that the six items on the agenda you'll be taking as a whole. Could I ask, this is me speaking personally now, and I hope it would be supported, if we take each element individually? Let me clarify why. If we take the 6 items individually, there's only one bit that I'm not supportive of. So it would give me an opportunity to support the other ones, object to the one I don't want, rather than abstain from the whole vote.
Yeah, so we got items 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. Are you saying that would be acceptable on block?
I'd like them to be taken individually, Chair, if possible.
Individual. Okay, if that's if that would make it a lot simpler, I think it's item 4 that causes the issue. But if you're not content with taking them, then we'd have to vote on the individuals. Okay, I need to go back to Tim Curley and to our proposer just for their summing up before we take the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's been some really good points made in this debate, both in terms of changes to the Constitution and also in the procedure for Constitution and governance going forward. But I would just like to reaffirm that this is, as others have said, a living document, but also, and very importantly, it is quasi-judicial in its nature. We must do the due diligence on this, not make policy on the hoof. I would invite all of these great comments to come back to Constitution and Governance at the appropriate time and the appropriate place. Thank you, Chair.
Ross.
I'd agree with what my Vice Chair has said wholeheartedly. These are well-meaning, and I understand why Councillor Mansell and others have brought them forward, but it is, I think, disappointingly, council policy on the hoof. They've not been tested by the council as a whole for the process, the members' surveys, and also Constitution and Governance Committee. And as we keep saying, it is deeply enshrined within this report that even when we propose, if we accept the recommendation on block or papers 1 to 6, we will be having a thorough review, and we'll be able to air these issues and have a proper full debate by the Constitution and Governance Committee, which is the appropriate place to have that debate in the operational year 24-25. So I would strongly support that members would support what cross-party Constitution and Governance Committee recommended for full council to look at today.
Okay, I think we can do this swiftly, taking them one at a time. So could I see a show of hands? All those in favour of item 1? Sorry, yes.
Can I just a very brief point of order? If I look at the last item, there's agrees to propose changes to the financial regs as shown in paper F and the tracked changes. Quite a lot of the changes have not been tracked. So I think you'll need to remove the track changes because quite a lot of them haven't been. If it's helpful, I think you could just delete the words track changes because it is correct. It's just that some of the changes haven't been tracked.
Like I say, are you accepting the removal of those 2 words, Ross and Tim? Track changes.
Happy to accept that.
Okay, all right. So that sorts that one out. So going back to item 1, show of hands, all those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? So that's carried. Item 2, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Item 3, all those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Okay, that brings us to item 4, those in favour? Okay. Any against? Any abstentions? So that is carried. Item 5, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? And finally, item 6 with the 2 words withdrawn. All those in favour? Any against? And any abstentions? That is also carried. Right, okay, that concludes that item. We move on to item 10, but I have one eye on Downing Street and one eye on the meeting. So as soon as anything comes through, we'll let you know exactly what's. Is it now?
When you come, he's not come out yet, but he's going to the next 2 minutes. So you could have come.
Yeah, well, he's coming out in 2 minutes. Come for a break. Come for a break, and then once he's announced it, we're back.
Well done.
Side bodies and panels and the calendar of meetings. David.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members will be aware this is the regular report that we bring to annual full council. It's split into 3 different papers. Paper A looking at the political balance of the council and looking to agree the political proportionality in terms of the allocation of committee places, and also to bring in to nominate and agree the chairs and vice chairs of those committees. In terms of paper B, that's looking at the appointment of members to internal partnerships and outside bodies. And you'll also note on paper C is to approve the calendar of meetings for the council moving forward for the next fiscal year. As the leader has correctly pointed out, you eagle-eyed amongst you will note that the Constitution and Governance next committee is on the 4th of July, where I think we will all be busy on that date. So that will be subject to change. You'll notice in all 3 papers there is a delegation to myself to make changes throughout the year in consultation with the group leaders. just for anything that arises as a result of changes that come forward. One point of note, just in terms of the political proportionality, we received a notification of a resignation from a political party only yesterday. That has a very minor impact on the calculations for proportionality. That officers haven't really had time to bottom out at the moment, but through that delegation that's there under point 5, we will do so in consultation with the relevant group leaders if there are any resultant changes to committees as a result of that change. Other than that, I would commend the report to council and seek your agreement. Thank you very much.
Liz Lation.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really swift. Paper A, there are a few changes. Paper B, we've dealt with the changes under delegated decisions throughout the year. And paper C, the calendar, nobody's come up with a better option. So I commend these 3 papers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
and sorry, Chair, may I just thank Scott Wooldridge for his work with this, his unfailing patience, tolerance with me as I try to put things together, and to the other group leaders who bring forward names as required. Thank you.
Thank you, David Fothergill.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be delighted to second it. Just a couple of points to make. First of all, my thanks to Scott Wooldridge in particular, but also to Liz Lation, who seems to put so much effort into this, and it's a completely thankless task. So I would like to thank you. I would also just like to thank all group leaders for finding common understanding on some of these. I think it's important that we find the representation and move away proportionality in certain areas, and I think we've come to a good agreement on that. And last of all, I hope Ross Henley will be pleased to know that we've got one final amendment, which is we are taking Christine Lawrence off Constitution and Governance and putting Sue Osborne back on there. That's a change that's coming along.
And that brings us to Sue Osborne. Did you have your pen up, Sue? Did you have your pen raised?
Yes, I did, but not in relation to me replacing Christine on Constitution and Governance. So I'm sure Ross will be absolutely delighted and welcoming me with open arms, I'm sure.
I was named twice, Chair. I want to say I fully welcome Sue Osborne to the committee. And you make a very valuable contribution to the committee, and I want to pay tribute as well to Christine Lawrence for coming off the committee, who's made a valuable contribution. It was lovely to see Christine and have a quick chat and catch up with you early. Lovely to see you, Christine, today.
Yeah, and I did have another point as well. I'm not sure whether I should raise it here, but it was a point about the outside bodies. Because we've got about 32 pages of appointments to, as well as our own committees, also to outside bodies. There's an awful lot of them. And I was wondering at what point in time we were going to have a review of the outside bodies, how many of them still exist and still meet and still invite their nominated members. Do they actually still need an appointed Somerset Council member? Because a lot are there historically. And finally, what is the reporting mechanism for members reporting back to council on the activities of these bodies from a council point of view? Because unless there's a report back, what's the point of putting someone on in the first place? And I think I'd have another question as well in terms of on the regeneration boards, in terms of how are they now going to report back and to whom and when, and how often are these proposed to meet? So there's a couple of things in there.
Liz.
Thank you. There is ongoing review, obviously. For vesting day, we reduced from something like 250 lines down to about 150. One of the criteria for whether or not they should stay on the list will be reporting back from those who are appointed. That is a really good point. And what was the last bit? Sorry, there was another bit that was really worth it.
Yeah, the last bit related to the regeneration boards, of which I think there's 3 or 4 if you count the Octagon. And it's what are the proposal as to how these regeneration boards are going to report back to this council? How often are they going to report back and to whom? And how often do they meet?
So, Chair, I can report that we're awaiting commencement of employment for the replacement for Jo Wharton, who was overseeing those regeneration boards. She starts, Lara Bell is her name. She starts in
mid-June. She will overlap with Peter Padden for a couple of weeks. And then one of the things we'll be taking to Lara in her early days is how do we cope with those regeneration boards? How can they be most effective? How will they report back? Clearly, they're advisory rather than decision making. But what I have seen of them so far is they bring the local knowledge as you would expect and the commitment, and they are extremely useful, I think, in reporting. As we've been discussing on planning, they're really useful in bringing the local knowledge forward. I think they're absolutely critical, but that will be for Lara Bell in her early days. So the view was at this stage, and I was completely in agreement, that we leave them in the list, because if they're in the list, then we review them and work on them. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions? If not, the recommendations 1 to 9 are on your papers. Can I have a show of hands, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Okay, we move on to the next item, which is item 11, which is the Somerset Council redundancies requiring full council approval. Right, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for letting me bring this report. So I'm just looking at the leader who. No, sorry, I thought you were jumping in for a second. Thank you for letting me bring this report today. This paper is effectively required under legislation, which requires us under regulation to ask council to approve all packages over £100,000 for anyone leaving the organisation. The paper also covers the fact that for a couple of officers, particularly the Executive Director Corporate and Resources, we do have as a 151 officer special protections, which means that full council need to agree any dismissal. Whilst the colleague has actually applied for voluntary redundancy under the voluntary redundancy scheme, this is still a dismissal by reason of redundancy. So therefore it still requires council to approve the dismissal as well as the costs of that post. And we're also asking for delegation to me, Chair, to be able to agree the final details of all of the packages, making sure that all of the packages obviously will not be exceeding any contractual entitlement people have within the local government package of employment and the pension scheme, or in one case, I think, up to maybe the NHS scheme. So the report itself just splits down and gives the background, Chair. The first section is about voluntary redundancy. There are 45 posts which have been identified which need to come to this council meeting for approval under the voluntary redundancy scheme. All of those colleagues have voluntarily asked for redundancy. It was an open scheme to colleagues. We did restrict the number of people who could apply, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of skills. So jobs that we had to difficulty to recruit to, posts that we would struggle to recruit to, we did say we wouldn't take applications. I think we got over 370 applications. It is in the paper. 201 have been accepted, of which 45 need to come to you today for approval. The second part, starting at 317 in the paper, is 4 redundancies which are over the figure which need to come, which make the 49 in total, which are a result of the local government reorganisation work that we're still doing to bring services together. So those proposals are actually in line with the proposals in the business case of how we brought things together. These ones actually come from a certain part of the organisation which has just completed its first restructure. It's worth pointing out, Chair, the constitutional requirements. So in section 3.2.2, we set out the reasons in the Constitution about why the paper is here. But there are, say, 2 reasons in the paper. The first one is any package over £100,000 must be approved by council. And a number of posts are actually protected, therefore their dismissal must be approved by council. So the paper in the recommendations I've mentioned does both of those things. Special members panel met on 29th of April to consider the voluntary redundancy applications from staff at executive service director level, and the other applications all fit within my delegation, so don't need to come to full council. Special members panel approved the 2 executive director applications, 2 service director applications and the executive director application. But obviously full council does need to approve the application, effectively the redundancy of a section 151 officer. We've laid out some of the business rationale within the paper in section 2.5 onwards, Chair, and the financial implications are covered in section 4. This is part of the work that we set out as part of the budget we would have to do to reduce the size of the organisation significantly. And one of the things I would say, which is really helpful in terms of the overall process, we're all working with the unions and officers to minimise the number of compulsory redundancies that we will have to take forward. So therefore, it was a very sensible suggestion on everyone's part to run a voluntary redundancy scheme first and see how many of the posts that applied we could manage to lose from the organisation without significant impact on services or significant restructuring because of that. So this is the list that we have got. We have listed in section 4.17 to 4.110 the different terms which apply to each of our predecessor councils, and the county council previous terms are in 4.111. Obviously, everyone is entitled to the terms that they still enjoy if they're protected. So we will have people whose packages are different, even if they're doing exactly the same job for the same pay, because of the length of service they have, the pension entitlement they have, and the predecessor council they worked for will affect the terms under which their calculations are made. So that is all laid out in the paper, Chair. I wasn't intending to say any more, but I'm very happy to take any questions from members.
Bill, over to you, because you're proposing.
Yeah, if I might formally propose and then reserve my right to speak later in the debate, but just take the opportunity to thank all the staff who are involved with this process, particularly the chief executive, but also just to mention the exceptional service that has been given by the post holders to this authority and its predecessors that are mentioned in this paper. They have given outstanding service to this council, and I think that should be recognised.
Liz.
Thank you, Chair. I second this and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mandy.
Thank you very much, Chair. And obviously, huge thanks goes to all of those staff. You know, every member of staff is valued by the organisation. I wish them all well, should it be approved today, as they move on and forward with their lives. But I just have a couple of issues to raise, if I may. It actually relates to 2.3, the dismissal and redundancy costs of the Executive Director, Corporate and Resources, and actually in particular to a line in the paper that reads the statutory 151 officer designation is proposed to transfer to a Service Director Finance post holder by April 2025, which is a level lower than the Executive Director. So I spent a lot of the day yesterday actually having a look around and trying to ascertain how common this was in a council. I think it's fair to say about 70% of councils up a tier around the country have it at the highest level and about 30 down a level slightly. So I had a look at that. But for me, and I'll pick up a comment that was in an article entitled 151 officers must remain at the top table. And then it says too often in the current times, section 151 officers find themselves outside the inner circle of management. It could be argued that this risks undermining governance and financial controls. Just moving on from that, I then went on to look at the CIPFA and the Solace guidance, which we follow as a council. And within it, the governance requirements state that the CFO should be professionally qualified, report directly to the chief executive, and be a member of the leadership team with a status at least equivalent to other members. The statement requires, this is the statement, the financial statement that the council makes every year, requires that if different organisational arrangements are adopted, which this would be, the reasons should be explained publicly in the authority's annual governance report, which we see at Audit Committee, together with how these deliver the same impact, i.e. why you're not complying with the CIPFA and Solace code. In short, the 151 must be senior enough to be impactful. My concern is this decision moving forwards, moving the 151 to a lower level, is not the right decision for this authority at this time. So my questions, there are three of them. Why, given the financial pressure that this authority is under, are we looking to not comply with the CIPFA and Solace code, given the status of the 151 will not be equivalent to other members of the senior leadership team? Secondly, when will the Chief Executive bring the plans for the restructure of the organisation to councillors, and will that include the opportunity to challenge whether this authority should have a finance director at the most senior level? And finally, in bringing this paper here today, can you explain exactly how the proposed transfer of the statutory 151 officer designation to a service director finance post holder by April 2025, which is the level lower than the executive director, will deliver the same impact within the organisation? Again, that's needed governance wise. I hope that you will, well, some in the room will share my concerns. Like I said, I think for me, it's the wrong time given the position we are in. And I'm absolutely sure that we need a 151 officer absolutely in the centre of things, with that power to be there for the decision making and be impactful. And my concern is if you downgrade that role effectively, to me, it will not be as impactful for the organisation. So thank you.
Duncan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those questions. In terms of the first question, I have to say it is in virtually every professional body's guidance that their chief officer in every council should be reporting directly to the chief executive at the top table. I've heard that from a large number of different organisations. And if you look at things such as monitoring officers for access, if you look at planning, they all agree with that as well. Unfortunately, that would mean the top team reporting directly to me would be absolutely huge. So we have to make sure we structure the organisation as we can. The 151 officer in future will still be at the top table. They will have a dotted reporting line to me on financial matters, and they will still be part of the senior team. And that is not just a case of when we meet with the wider management team, they will be invited to attend executive leadership meetings as well as it's currently structured. Obviously, in the new structure with fewer people, we'll be looking at that model again, but they will remain at the top table, because I actually agree with the points you're making and that SIP for Solace make about them needing that voice in the room and needing to have that parity. In terms of the second level of the restructuring, happily share that with all members when we have something to share. But it is a officer decision through me of head of paid service how I deploy the resource you give me to actually deliver on the services that you want delivering. So, of course, I'll consult with members, I always do, and obviously we've spoken about the senior management restructuring already, and that will be something where I happily take challenge. And as you know from previous conversations on structure, we do change things because people make points and say, oh yes, that's definitely better than what we had already. So very happy to agree that we'll be doing that with members when we have something to share. I'm sorry, I do apologise, Councillor Chilcott, I've lost your third point.
I know I said a lot, I apologise. As is often the case. So the thing is, in bringing this paper here today, can you explain exactly how the proposed transfer of the statutory 151 officer designation to a service director post holder, which is a level lower than the executive director, will deliver the same impact within the organisation? Again, that's part of what you have to put in the annual return. I'd be really interested in making those comments, how in your mind you think they will have the same impact within the organisation.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding me. In terms of the return, as you pointed out, I think a large number of councils actually have the arrangement we're talking about moving to in place already. So I don't think there's an issue with the return and the language in there. In terms of the actual impact, I think the post holders had a huge amount of impact. I would say I'd suggest that they would have had that impact whether they were a service director or an executive director, because it's about the person in the role. And what we need to make sure is that all of our statutory officers and all of our officers, to be fair, actually have the ability to do that and make that impact. So they need the support, they need the visibility, and they need the empowerment. I don't think a different person will have any less impact because of the structure, because we'll make sure that the structure isn't an impediment. What we need to make sure is we get the right person to follow and continue the great work that the current post holder's been doing.
Thank you. I look forward to the challenge, Duncan. I'm sure we will have it.
Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. Possibly not dissimilar to the concerns expressed by Councillor Chilcott so eloquently. I was actually at a parish council, town council meeting last night, and they expressed some concern over the proposed redundancy of the Section 151 officer. they asked the question, is it wise to lose a Section 151 officer or make them redundant in this case during a financial emergency? And how are you going to ensure that you have stability and continuity within the organisation? And how are you going to reassure people outside of this organisation that that stability and continuity will be there? Because there is some concern about what is happening.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's always a concern when things change. Managing change is a key part of any change programme. We will make sure we have someone covering the Section 151 role, supporting the team as we move through the next effectively 6 to 9 months, setting the budget this year, but also actually restructuring the wider council, and of course the team that currently reports to the Section 151 officer will be changing in terms of the structure proposals. And as part of a wider work looking at the tiers 4 to 6, as Councillor Chilcott's just referenced, there'll be further changes in the team as well. I think the way we reassure our partners that we will be able to keep dealing with their issues and support them in their activity is to make sure they understand what's going on, what we're doing, and we're very open about the process. So, we haven't kept this confidential. We have talked to people. We have gathered views from other colleagues, other partners. I've spoken to a number of people as we've gone through the process. What we will keep doing is getting that feedback from them. So if something we do, and I'm not talking about the individual Section 151 officer, I'm talking about the restructure in general. If things we're doing aren't working for people, we want to know, and we can look at how we fix them. In terms of 151 specifically, we will have someone covering that post. There won't be any gap. There will be continuity in terms of someone qualified in that role. And what we will want to see is whoever's in that role will be covering the post with the aplomb that the current post holder does. I have to say, whilst I accept the challenge of it looks odd to be parting company, the original purpose of the VR programme was to save money. And we had a number of applicants and we had a 3-year payback. We didn't restrict the the VR programme from senior officers or from the skill set that the Section 151 officer has. So I think there is a need to actually also, in terms of that process, treat it fairly alongside all the other applicants. But I do recognise the impact because the 151 officer is a key role within the council and someone that most people know quite well.
Federica.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I think for me this is a sad day to have to make a decision because these are brilliant people who do great things for the community. We are kind of being put here because of the position that we are due to central government not funding us. I think my question for you, Duncan, is I understand why we've got to do what we've got to do, but if we were speaking and we did a press release on, and it's been out there in BBC News, of the pension strain and the costs that we have to pay, I get it. I'm wondering if you can explain it simply so that we can ensure that residents understand why these costs have to be incurred, because it is quite for many people to see these figures at a time when we're in a financial emergency. They can't put the 2 and 2 together.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. No, I agree. It is difficult sometimes to explain the figures to people because the figures are just so big. So in terms of the total costs of any redundancy in local government, obviously we're bound by law in terms of redundancy type costs. None of the people who will be leaving on this programme receiving any enhancements more so than their contractual terms allow. So that's the same in many organisations, that the redundancy will be the redundancy cost. That is the smallest element. The reason the costs, and there are so many people coming to council for approval today, is because obviously in voluntary redundancy, people think about what's best for them and their families rather than just the organisation. So we have a disproportionate number of people in the programme who are over the age of 55. The national regulations in local government pension say that if you're made redundant over 55, you get access to your pension at that point unreducted, without any deductions. That's probably better English. What that means is the money we're talking about in the column on employers' pension costs does not go to the employee. It is not a cash sum to the employee. It goes to the pension fund and effectively compensates the pension fund for having to pay out that pension from the day of the redundancy earlier than they would have done if a person had stayed working. And it also compensates the pension fund for the loss of contributions they would have got from that employee had they stayed to their pensionable age. So we don't have any choice in this, I'm afraid. It is national rules. The government set the pension scheme and control it. If our colleagues are part of it, if they're members of the pension scheme, when they're made redundant, then those rules kick in. So it is a huge figure, I do appreciate, for a number of colleagues, and a huge number for lots of members of the public who are struggling with the cost of living crisis right now. But the key thing to bear in mind is the vast majority of the figures and the tables that you have in Appendix A are contributions towards the pension scheme to compensate it for the loss of that person's earnings and the costs they have to pay out. They're not payments to the individual. Of course, the individual benefits through the pension from those payments, but they don't receive that cash sum in any way, shape or form.
Rosemary Woods.
Thank you, Chairman. I think speechless when I saw this full recommendations. I think I regret, of course, that we have to make people redundant, but I think it was clear when we were made a unitary authority that there will be required less posts. So I'm not concerned so much about that, except personally for people. What I am concerned about is the second part of this, where it comes to 2.3, the dismissal and redundancy of the Executive Director, Corporate and Resources, the 151 officer. If you need a post, you need that post, because it's been shown after the last few years, while my colleagues on the other side have been in charge, they didn't really take this on board when they were elected. In the first, just after the first Christmas of the council, when we were just Somerset County Council, I was asked about putting forward a recommendation, is that I wanted to know the figures for the last 2 months. So that would have been October, November of that year. They were not available. That put me in a picture of what sort of council I was now involved in. We cannot afford not to have a fully constituted 151 officer. We need the seniority. We need his experience or her experience, and that is what I would like to see. I don't think you can just say these posts are being made redundant, not the people, the posts. And you're saying you're not going to have a fully recognised 151 officer. And that is not acceptable. And I'm sorry about that, because I love you all, but we've got to run the council properly. And I don't have that much confidence in the people I see opposite, that they can run it competently without a fully qualified 151 officer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. I'll cover.
Sorry, Chair. Can I ask that this proposition be put in 2 parts? One for the redundancies, the 49 people, and a separate vote on the 151 officer. Thank you.
Can I pick up that point later rather than lose it? You don't need to respond to that.
So thank you, Chair. Just to reassure councillors, we will have a fully qualified Section 151 officer at all times. We have a number of very competent colleagues already in the organisation, and will be, for the purposes of the rest of this year, making sure we have absolute continuity. What the proposal does is say we will have a different structure in terms of senior management, which reduces the costs of the council going forward. The voluntary redundancy exercise saves just over £8 million a year. It does have a payback period of about 1.5 years until it starts to make that saving, but because we'll be capitalising the cost, the revenue benefit to the council actually starts pretty much from 1st of April next year. So we will at all times have a qualified Section 151 officer who is on the senior management team working with colleagues in exactly the same way the current Section 151 officer does. It will be a different structure from the 1st of April and a different person, but there will be no gap in continuity, and everyone who's in that post must by law be fully qualified.
David.
Thank you very much indeed. So let me deal with 49 first, and losing anybody, particularly valid colleagues, is really disappointing and a sad day. But we've got to recognise that these 49 people have accepted voluntary redundancy, so it's part of their life planning, and therefore it's right that we should recognise that and support them, and if that's what they choose. The difficult decisions when we're going to be making a lot of people redundant who don't want to be made redundant. These are the easy 49, if we can put it that way, and we'll just leave it there. But I have a lot of concerns about losing the Section 151 officer as an individual, but again, that's a decision that he's made. But my bigger concern is the downgrading of the job. And we can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, actually, we can make the person voluntarily redundant because the job's going to be a different job, and then say, actually, we've not downgraded the job. It's one thing or the other. So I think we're treading a very fine line. So I would like to request that we take these votes as separately. So we take 2.1 and 2.2 as one vote, and 2.2 and 2.3 and 2.4 as a separate vote. I think they are very different, and that we've got a lot of concerns. I've got a lot of concerns, particularly about that down rating of the job and no place at the top table.
Do you want to comment?
I'm just trying to take advice, Chair, if you give me a second. I'm trying to understand how the logical work of agreeing to make some redundant but refusing to dismiss them. I don't quite understand how we can have those two votes.
Well, the one vote is about the 49 and the second vote is about the Section 151 officer.
Section 151 officer is part of the 49.
Well, then we should make it 48.
Back, Liz.
Chair, please let me try and clarify something. At the moment, we have an executive director of resources, and his responsibilities are as 151 officer finance, but also strategic asset management and ICT. My understanding is in the new structure, if it is adopted, and don't forget it's still out for consultation, in the new structure, the 151 officer will report through to corporate and resources, if that is the post for an executive director, and with a dotted line straight through to the chief executive, where we are in an incredibly fortunate position to have a chief executive who really gets finance and drives it in a way that we absolutely need for the future of this council. But that person who will be designated 151 because they are properly qualified, and they have to be, will have that absolute focus on finance, and the other line management routes will change. So if I can just use these as my final comments, whilst I share the regret about losing specific people, and I won't name people because we don't want to have to go into a closed session, I share that regret. I think from the point of view of the structure that may come forward, we may have a slightly narrower but greater focus on the finance, and that, in my view, may serve us better over the next at least couple of years.
Or David, whichever.
So sorry, I understand all that, Liz, but I think that there is a perception here about losing the role of the finance director, the corporate finance director, and downgrade it to report through somebody else to the chief executive. And I know you say there's a dotted line. Of course, there's a dotted line, but there's not a straight line. And I think that's the big problem here. So this is not about the individual, this is about the positioning of the job in the new structure, which gives a reason to lose that person under voluntary redundancy. And all I'm asking is that we take the first two as one vote and the second two as a second vote, having adjusted the number from 49 to 48. That's all I'm asking.
The only thing I was going to just mention, Chair, recognising the concern, the paper today is driven by the voluntary redundancy proposals. The proposals for restructuring the council are still out for consultation and don't close until I think end of next month. So I think we need to separate out the concern which is being raised around the structure, which is still out for consultation and is not part of the paper today, versus the paper which you have before you, which is about the voluntary redundancy process and the application in there. The post holder you're talking about has applied for voluntary redundancy. If we're accepting that application, we have to make them redundant. We can't say, yes, you can go on voluntary redundancy, but you must stay. The concern about the structure of the council is not in the paper today. It's commented on because it's commented on the special members panel because we were asked the questions. But the paper today is a result of the voluntary redundancy programme and the applications we received from the voluntary redundancy programme. The consultation on future structure of the senior management team is out for consultation.
Hey, did you want to come in?
Yeah, that actually makes it worse. If we haven't completed a restructure, then how do we know that that role is redundant? And if we don't know that that role is redundant, how can we vote to make that role redundant? If your consultation is not complete, surely that is an unsafe decision for us to be making today from the explanation you just gave.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's exactly why we've got the delegation in and we're not dismissing anyone until we finish consultation process. But people couldn't wait until the end of the process and apply for voluntary redundancy because we agreed with the unions we'd do voluntary redundancy first. But people will not be leaving on this paper or the person. The post holder in question will not be leaving the organisation before we conclude. And if we decide that that's not the way we're going, then it wouldn't be. But we have done the assessment through the VR panel that we can lose that post, and that was a question. So the fact we have to do the restructuring to actually pick up that is part of the process that we would have had to follow anyhow. So if that came to pass, the situation you're talking about, then obviously we'd be talking about that again and that wouldn't go ahead. But at this point in time, that is the proposal, and we have the VR application as part of that process quite appropriately. And I think I'm struggling a little bit in public session, Chair, to keep talking about an individual. It's starting to feel very unfair.
Hey, did you just want to come back?
Yeah, this isn't about an individual, it's about a role. And you make a post redundant, you don't make an individual redundant. And I would refer back to everything that Councillor Chilcott and Councillor Fothergill have said. But I think that bearing in mind there is an individual behind the post, what you're saying you are going to do is make a decision now which will affect an individual and their post, which may then get rescinded when you finish your consultation, which feels like a very difficult position for a member of staff to be in while you're waiting for your restructure to be through consultation. So if anything, I think we're getting more into the weeds with what we're talking about here than coming out of them.
I have to just lay out the processes that we have, Chair. We have an application, we have a number of applications for voluntary redundancy from individuals. We set a 3-year payback period. We did take a few people, not the post holder we're talking about, I should say, slightly in excess of that, where it made operational sense to do so. In a couple of those cases, we will need to restructure the organisation to lose those roles and make that stack up. And that's minor restructuring in that sense. The fact that in this case, the post holder is a more senior role, unfortunately, we can't do the restructuring and have voluntary redundancy. The two don't work. Voluntary redundancy is people asking to go because we think we can manage without that post going forward, which is exactly what we do think and what the VR panel decided. If we wait until after we decide the structure, then that's compulsory redundancy. And that's what we've been working to try and minimise the number of people we make compulsory redundant. So we have to run the processes the way we've run them. I take the point, and at this point in time, I believe, because that's a proposal we put out for consultation, that we can manage without that post going forward. But that is a different process for the reason the paper is here today.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question which I think might shed some light on some of the concerns which have been raised. Your consultation on the tiers 2 and 3 structure is still a consultation, and the outcome of that will be determined. whilst I'm not advocating a change to that, would it be possible, following that consultation, for a different approach to be taken so that there was still a 151 officer who was at tier 2, but was not the same role as currently exists? Is it necessary from the decision that we're making today that the 151 officer will in future sit at tier 3, or could it be a different structure with a different set of responsibilities and still have them at that post? Well, the reason I'm trying to make that point is not that I'm necessarily advocating it, but I want to make it clear to everyone that the decision we are making today is not that the 151 officers should in future sit at tier 3. That's a later decision, and this doesn't necessarily lead to that happening.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. As the point I was making earlier, the paper is not about the future structure. And in that case, Councillor Butt-Philip outlines, yes, it is quite possible as a result of the consultation, we come with a different structure entirely, which still doesn't have the current job the way it sits at present and has the responsibilities separated differently. So yes, that's quite possible. There will be changes as a result of the consultation. That's why we consult. In which case, obviously, we'd still be in a position of working out what we need to do with the post. As I keep coming back to the paper today, is about the individuals who have applied for voluntary redundancy. It's not about their post per se. It's about the fact that they as individuals. So I agree entirely with comments made earlier that we make posts redundant, not individuals. But in this case, it's voluntary redundancy. The individuals have asked us to make them redundant. Therefore, that's why the paper is before you. But Councillor Butt-Philip's absolutely right. The structure could well change as a result of the consultation into something entirely different again.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what the Chief Executive said, that the Section 151 officer will be at the top table, and this whole organisation will maintain its laser-like focus on resolving the financial emergency that we find ourselves in. I see no difficulty or contradiction in voting for this VR package. There is nothing easy about any of this process. It is truly heartbreaking what people will have, the difficult choices that people have had to make through this. And I reiterate my thanks to all those who are involved in the process and all of those who have contributed to this council over a long period of time.
Thank you. Rosemary, you wanted to bring in a new point?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we'll be given a choice to vote separately on this, because to a lot of us, the actual what we see from what you've given us, and that's what we go on, is that the 151 officers post will be made redundant. You can't make a person redundant under this. It has to be the post. And you're saying, well, actually, we're going to do it a different way. How can we get that assurance?
I believe that it is up to you how to structure the vote. So you could, I'm checking the standing orders. I can't see anything about voting on motions in parts, even though that is something we do customarily. I do wonder whether on July the 4th, the Constitution Committee might look at that. Oh no, they won't be. If it helps, we could vote on 2.3 and 2.4 first, and if that they aren't carried, we could then amend 2.1 to be 47 rather than 48. Oh, sorry, 48 rather than 49. I didn't have my reading glasses on. Does that help, Chair? I'm just keen to move on and make the decision.
Yeah, that's right. If that's acceptable, then we could do it that way. So if we voted on 2.3 and 2.4 to start with, and then move back from there. Yeah, okay. So we've had those 2 points proposed. Oh, sorry, John Hunt.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, just a very quick point. I don't know where else to fit this in. It's not. It is relevant, and I have brought it up before. But I want to make sure that we are those people who've applied for VR and got it. Obviously, that's what they want, and they're on the way out. But those who also applied and didn't get it are a concern in terms of how demotivated they may now be and feel. And I have mentioned this before, I know, but I thought it'd be nice to do it in this scenario. It's important clearly that we look after those staff members as well and make sure they're getting the duty of care that we have for them, and make sure they're getting that care and motivation as well. I think that's extremely important, just to make that point while we're here.
Thank you. Going back to the, I think if we can move to a vote on 2.3 and 2.4, which is now proposed and seconded. So if we could see a show of hands, all those in favour. Could you vote? Okay. Okay. Those against? Any abstentions? So that vote is carried. So that brings us back to 2.1 and 2.2 as written. Yes. That has obviously been put. Yes, Liz.
If you say as written, that's 49 posts.
Yep.
And that's correct. So we're taking the 49. So that is all of the posts on the spreadsheet.
The LGR and the BR.
Okay, thank you.
2.1 and 2.2 as written. So all those in favour, please show. Those against? And abstentions? Okay, that is carried. Okay, moving on to item 12 on the agenda, which is the scrutiny review. Bob Filmer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief run through the agenda item 12. So this is a report back from the scrutiny review that took place, which was organised with the 5 chairs of the scrutiny committees and built on the previous review, which I think was led by Councillor Buck-Philip. Basically, we had a light touch review of the scrutiny process that is currently operating. It is then the recommendations were taken to corporate scrutiny and were debated there and were amended slightly, and have also been to the executive for them to look at as well. The idea was to, as I say, build on the previous review that took place. It was felt very much that with the current pressures the council is under, the role of scrutiny is especially important at this time, and that it was felt that the review that we've taken forward will strengthen the role of scrutiny within the council. We've also, as you'll see from the recommendations, built in a further review of scrutiny to take place later this year to see if there are any further requirements that need looking at. Wanted to take this opportunity also to thank the executive, because I know all the chairs of the committee had mentioned the attendance of the executive at scrutiny has been useful over the last 12 months, and we appreciate them coming to hear from the horse's mouth what other members feel. And also want to thank you, Chair, for moving us up the agenda so we could be taken earlier in the meeting. So thank you very much for that. But hopefully, if members have seen the report, they've seen the recommendations, and I've put them before you. Thank you.
Lee Redman.
Chair, I'm happy to second with the, I'll wait to respond. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? Yes, Liz.
Chair, I'd just like to thank Scrutiny for their good work here in this room when we were working through budget setting, because they made it very clear how valued Scrutiny was and the importance of the number or maximum number of 13 members on each of those scrutiny committees, and that led us to change recommendations at the executive meeting before full council, thereby proving the value of scrutiny. Thank you, Chair.
Bill?
Yeah, I just wanted to add my thanks to those who were involved with this review, particularly the chairs of scrutiny. I support particularly item 4 on the recommendations to bolster the communications with the executive. And what I would like to do at executive meetings is bring in the chairs of scrutiny early in the debate when we have papers that have been through scrutiny, so that is directly fed in before the executive members have their debate. I think that will show a willingness to engage in scrutiny and to take on board your comments when we make our decisions. So very much welcome that point in particular.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. Just a comment. Absolutely value scrutiny on the work that they do. They're an absolute essential in terms of governance, especially given the challenges that we are facing, will continue to face in the coming years. I would just ask, really, we've got all the scrutiny reports, annual reports coming to us today. I'd just actually like to make a suggestion that at each full council we get one scrutiny's annual report, because I think there's such a lot of good work that they do. There's a lot of reading to read them all, and they only get their sort of 3 minutes as chair. I think scrutiny deserve more. I'll just leave it there.
Lee, did you have your hand up the back?
No, I've got a point of clarification before I finish, formally seconded, Chair. That was all I was going to do, sorry.
It's okay.
There were no hands up at the time when I put my hand up, so I'll wait.
Are there any further questions? Sue, yes.
Yeah, it's just a comment, Chairman, but when this came to, I think it was Corporate and Resources, I think, or Constitution, when we saw that paper to feed back on, I have to say I felt there was very little to query in this paper. I thought the scrutiny chairs had worked extremely well together to produce a very good coherent set of proposals. And I think it does show the benefit of what happens when you do have a far more balanced mix of people feeding in. And I think the quality of this paper does reflect that, and I'm more than happy to support it.
Thank you. Just back to you, Lee, and then obviously back
Chair,
to...
I'm happy to second it. I'd just like to just double check one small point if I could. Item 10 of the proposals talks about the dedicated scrutiny resource from Democratic Services team. I just wanted to formally get this confirmation on record for the minutes. Bullet point 3.11 specifically talks about the makeup of that dedicated scrutiny team. Can you please confirm that bullet point 10 in the recommendations is the same as bullet point 3.1? So in effect, the scrutiny resource is as detailed there, which is 1 scrutiny manager, 1 governance specialist team leader, 2 committee clerks and 2 scrutiny researchers as a minimum.
Someone answer that question. Everybody's looking at screens, but... Any ideas? No.
Forgive me, Chair, for dropping it in like this. It's just the thing is, I've been around for a while now, and I like to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And if it's the recommendation we're agreeing isn't necessarily a team of that, saying it's a team of that size. It's just talking about a dedicated scrutiny resource that might be 1 scrutiny officer. Sorry, I'm splitting hairs, but I just wanted it recorded, that's all.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't think we can make that 100% commitment at this stage, just because the makeup of the team is subject to restructure, as along with the rest of the authority itself, which will be subject to consultation. So we would need to take all of that feedback into account before settling on the final structure.
Ros.
You may be surprised to hear me say something, but I actually understand your request. I always fought in local government that there is access to internal audit for the audit committee, And I always felt that there should be some sort of reciprocal resource available to scrutiny. I don't know where we are in terms of the reorganisation and resources, but I think we should just recognise that your request is not an unreasonable one.
Bob, back to you.
Yeah, I think hopefully if members are happy to agree with the recommendations here, I think it will be certainly the view of the 5 chairs, and I don't want to speak necessarily for them, is that we do need, for scrutiny to be effective, you need to have a team that is actually of a workable size. So were it not to be reflected what is in here, I'm sure scrutiny will be raising that with the executive and taking it forward with them.
Okay.
Chair, I'm a big believer in goodwill, and I'm happy to second the proposal as written, with a caveat that we ensure that there's clarity afterwards. And just to let, if the team isn't that big, I will be in front of County Hall with my placard.
Right, that being said, we can now, can I have a show of hands, all those in favour of the recommendations? Anyone against? And any abstentions? Okay, that is carried. Okay, moving on to item 13. I did promise at the last meeting that I would give the 5 scrutiny committees their go. So what I'm going to do is go to each member quite quickly, give them the opportunity to say something, take any questions and move on to the next. So Lee, you're at the top of the pile.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak to a fully packed house this evening, and for listening to mine and the other chairs' request to allow time for scrutiny committees to be heard on the agenda. I must open by thanking the officers from Democratic Services for their help over the past year, particularly Fiona as our clerk. This is the first time the annual report has come to the meeting in this format, and I think Councillor Chilcott made reference to it earlier. It is not quite the annual report that we wanted. This report is more of a actions as opposed to annual report. However, members will note the work completed by my committee. The membership has recently changed a little. I thank those members that have moved on and welcome the new members. It really is pleasing to see the enthusiasm members are showing. In the last year, one of our dedicated co-opted members has stood down, so a special shout out to Eileen Tipper. The strain on budgets is always one that we try to keep on top of. External placements and home to school transport are not just a Somerset issue, a problem exacerbated by influences outside of our control. The committee completed work on both topics in the last year and continue to monitor. The problem cannot be solved locally unless there is a national solution. Locally, we can only able to use sticking plasters. One of the sticking plasters is the amazing work that Homes and Horizons are doing for us. I continue to ask officers to be selective in how we increase the weight we are placing on this service. Let's not risk breaking it with overburdening them. These young people deserve the opportunities they are now getting. I wanted to make mention of what we may be drilling down on in the next year. We have already identified the designated school grant as the next landmine for ours and most councils. It looks like the current government has kicked that one down the road, particularly after the announcement earlier. We have asked officers to bring a paper to our next meeting with details on how they are considering to close the gap. A big thank you to me for my vice chair. She's been an amazing support and has taken lead for the committee on the new education standards panel. She has embraced the opportunity. At our next meeting, we are putting time aside to take a deeper look at the Children's Services Transformation Plan. I thank the members of the committee that have agreed to take time to better understand elements. This helps us to cover topics in more detail. Finally, we still have co-opted member vacancies. So anyone with any links into governing bodies, please try to signpost them in our direction. And I want to close by thanking officers, members, including the co-opted members, for taking such an active role in our agendas. I think the next few months are likely to be some of our hardest. A quick shout out to senior leaders and our executive. One of the most rewarding things scrutiny can do for a scrutiny committee and council is help with policy development. I keep asking, and I've acknowledged the leader council's comments earlier, that you would consider this going forward. Thank you all. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for Lee? If not, we'll move on to the next scrutiny. Martin Dimmery's not.
Give me, I'll be really super quick, but I just really wanted to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Lee and to Evie and to all of the scrutiny team. They do a splendid job and the officers support them very well. But yeah, they've done a really good job this year. So I just want to say thank you very much.
Okay, Henry Holthouse, you're covering the next scrutiny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very much shorter. The Climate and Place Scrutiny Committee has been working hard. We've just had a specialist look at the water and the mitigation across Somerset. We've run task and finish group on renewable energy, and we're just starting another one on the mitigation, the nutrient neutrality and mitigation. And we've been filling in for the planning committee answers on regularly asked questions in planning. The normal work will continue. I want to thank the staff that support us. Martin Dimmery and is not here today, which is why I am speaking on his behalf.
Thank you. Yes, Ros.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you to you and your colleagues for your contribution to the Mythbuster document, which we'll be sharing with all members on planning issues, particularly related to the wider environmental agenda, which is going to be increasingly a challenge for planning committees and in fact all members in planning applications. So the contribution of your committee is really welcome.
Well, Wren.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and be reasonably brief. Communities scrutiny, as you can see, has met several times this year, and we covered a wide range of topics from housing, the Glastonbury Festival, rough sleeping, and taxis. One of the more unfortunate topics we covered was CCTV. We had a very good presentation from the staff, and we'd arranged a visit to go and see what they were up to, which had to be cancelled due to the changes proposed as a result of the financial emergency. And so on that basis, I have to say that the staff in communities have worked very, very hard. And this is one of the directorates that has balanced its budget, but nevertheless taken one of the largest proportionate hits in terms of having to cut back, which is one of those things, I suppose. And it's a true compliment to the dedication of the staff that they keep on going under difficult circumstances and to an extent standing on shifting sands. So thank you very much to Chris Hall and all his team, and thank you to Federica Smith-Roberts for all the support she's given. It's very good to have a very involved and knowledgeable executive member, and that's not meant an insult to the rest of you, but Fed and I think work reasonably well together. One thing that we have noticed over the years is that there is, to a degree, a crossover between the directorates, and that occasionally has been slightly difficult to resolve, although the anticipated reduction in the number of directorates going forward will no doubt help to resolve some of those issues. But I commend the report to you. We will continue work. There are subjects that keep on coming back, like Glastonbury. We'll be doing a wash up on that in a couple of months' time. And of course, the Octagon, as we've heard about this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say thank you to the committee, Gwyl, to yourself as Chair, and Ray, thank you for your kind words, and to Dawn as Vice Chair, and all the committee members. We have such a broad array of topics that can be discussed at this scrutiny. meetings that cover obviously the whole geography of the Somerset, and so to tackle them all and to provide the constructive feedback that you do, I know involves a lot of hard work to understand how they impact the different localities. So very much grateful for your time and effort.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, as my previous chairs have said, to thank the officers and members who have attended the meetings that we've held, and also the substitute members who have come along as well. That's been really useful to have that input. I'd like to take the opportunity of thanking my vice chair, who has been a support during the year. We've now, as members would have seen from the diary that we agreed earlier for the calendar of meetings, that we now have got the situation where corporate and resources has now been put in front of the executive, so that with the budget papers we can allow members to have that input to the executive, which I think the officers and members who've been involved in sorting that, it will hopefully make our comments more timely and useful. Obviously, as you're all aware from the report you've seen, we've had a range of topics that we've covered. Obviously, budget management and scrutiny has been an element of that, which is significant. And just in terms of going forward, we do have an ongoing task and finish group looking at the LCNs, which is being led by my vice chair, Councillor Hobhouse. So again, a busy year coming forward. Again, thank you to the executive. We've had a number of executive members who have attended, and whilst you can pick up from reports and from minutes, being there and actually hearing the discussion, I think, is often really helpful. So thank you for spending the time for making that effort, and thank you.
Liz.
And I'd like to thank the chair, the vice chair, all the members of the committee. That committee, like audit, has had a really heavy load over the last year, and I have no doubt that will continue. But it is a very knowledgeable and committed committee, and I really thank them.
Right, last but not least, and online, it's Jill.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep, fine.
Thank you very much, and apologies I'm not here today, but I hopefully will be very soon. I would like to thank all the officers for the new format for this report, showing the high-level overview of all the work undertaken by the scrutiny committees. As chair of the Scrutiny Committee for Adults and Health, I'm acutely aware of the responsibility we have to look into the quality of service and the value for money, as this is such a large part of the Somerset Council's budget. This committee has a duty to understand and be a critical friend in all areas to ensure that we are getting the best value, and also looking to make savings that enhance the services, not undermine them. I would like to add to the detail already submitted in response to the public report critical of maternity services in Somerset. We have a report coming to the committee in July, and have a report on the home assessment arrangements for Western Hospital, as there have been some local concerns about these, and I wanted the committee to have an opportunity to understand and offer some challenge if the information shared in Somerset is correct. There are two focus events this month, looking at the LGA peer review and another looking at the local stop smoking services. I would welcome all councillors' engagement, and particularly thank the executive members with our scrutiny committees, as they undertake a very valuable role in supporting Somerset Council in these very challenging times. And I finally must thank Jenny Murphy, Governance Specialist, Democratic Services, for supporting me and her commitment to myself, as I've had an extremely challenging 2024, as you know. I also want to thank my vice chairman and all the committee who show total commitment to it, and we will continue, and we will look forward to the next year coming on. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Sarah Wakefield.
Yes, I'd just like to thank Jill and her committee for welcoming me, relatively new in the post. We've had a good meeting, and I'm hoping for going forwards that we will have more interactive responses, and I will be able to bring forward the things they want to talk about and talk about more knowledgeably than I can yet, but I am learning. But no, thank you very much, Jill and the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes that item. We move on to item 14, decisions taken since last council meeting. Bill, for you.
Thank you to formally introduce the report. This covers our key decisions made by myself, the executive, or lead members or officers under the scheme of delegation between the 12th of April and the 10th of May. If there are any questions on this, be more than happy to take them.
Any questions on the report? Okay, we're asked, yes, sorry, Mandy.
Really sorry, it's around the PSPOs for Minehead. And if I'm out of date on this, I apologise, but when I last looked, there wasn't anything online. Now I've been waiting for it to go online so that I've got somewhere to refer people to, because I get a lot of questions about it. I'm just wondering if anybody's got an update on that, and I don't think the signage is up yet. So there's a lot of falling out at the moment because it's not anywhere to direct people to, and the signage isn't there, and it's causing some ill will. Thank you.
Yeah, Fed.
I haven't got that date of when the signage will go up, but I'll get back to you, Mandy, and I'll make everyone aware.
And it needs to be online as well.
Okay, thank you. That report is for noting. Moving on to item 15, it's the annual report of the Leader of the Council. And this will include the chair, the question from Lee under Annex B.
Would you like to take the question or the report first?
Whichever you would like.
Lee, do you want to do your question?
Chair, looking at the time, I have this question has been circulated. I'm happy to take the question as read.
Thank you, Lee, for your question and for bringing the debate not hate motion forward originally. A number of activities have been undertaken in the last year to support and develop the aspirations of the motion. Your motion was agreed at the Somerset County Council meeting on the 1st of March 2023 and passes over to the new Somerset Council, and that motion is on the council's website and in the minutes of that meeting. And in support of the motion and in partnership with our health and safety teams, the Democratic Services team have developed a personal safety handbook for elected members. The council publicised its commitment to debate not hate with a press release and photos following the passing of the motion, and this was shared on our social media channels with more than 9,000 views and 500 engagements. A statement signed by all the party leaders was promoted proactively and again shared on social media with a further 4,000 views and 1,000 engagements. Members are signposted to the LGA resources regarding civility in public life, assisting members with responding to difficult and challenging customers, advising members on the opportunity for any of their interests to be considered sensitive and thereby withheld from publication, sharing associated correspondence from the Minister of Local Government and making contact with and signposting members to the recently appointed police special officer who's been appointed for that role. Myself and other group leaders do have ongoing conversations that arise, particularly if there are issues between members, and we try and resolve those as best we can outside the formal process and within it. You specifically mentioned in your question behaviour in council meetings. It's for Councillor Best as Chair of Council to rule on that. He's been clear with members that he wants meetings to be run efficiently and appropriately in a way that follows robust debate, but ensures that all councillors can express their views if they wish. How the motion was debate not hate, and we want to see high quality debates in council. It's not about everyone agreeing with each other. It's about agreeing when we disagree to disagree well. Some of the issues I know Councillor Best is actively discussing with officers to how to advance these issues, and they would appear to be around members understanding the difference between debate and conversation. Council meetings aren't conversations. You express your views, informed by officers' advice, and listen to other councillors' opinion and vote to determine the council's positions. All meetings all meeting remarks should be addressed to the chair, that is who members are talking to at all times. During motions, members shouldn't be using speeches for fact finding. The evidence the debate is based on should be in the papers, and other information should be sought in advance. Members in a debate should be respectfully listening to each other's views and expressing their own. The way to disagree with a view is to express your own view and vote accordingly. It's not necessary or required to argue against other points, as might be necessary in other situations, as we have a voting mechanism that determines the outcome in council. The flow of debate should be proposer to explain the recommendations, seconder who may reserve their rights to speak, and members who wish to express a view. Seconder if they reserve their rights and haven't already spoken, and then the proposer to sum up the debate. Obviously, amendments and points of order can interrupt this flow, but members should expect to speak once and once only, and should not expect people to answer the questions they pose in the debate. They should be taken as rhetorical or dealt with before the meeting. None of this should stop members expressing their views and where appropriate, expressing them passionately and contributing, but this shouldn't be done in ways that stop other members from enjoying the same rights. The Chair of Council has told me that he plans to write to all members in the near future about the expected standard of behaviour in meetings. I hope that satisfies your question. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very aware that although the Constitution of the Council allows me 15 minutes to speak on my report, that maybe at the moment it's perhaps not appropriate to go into detail. But to say I don't underestimate the challenges that Somerset Council faces at the moment. We know we're under enormous pressure, and in spite of that, our staff continue to perform magnificently under the most difficult of circumstances. Despite all these challenges, we continue to keep sight of our vision and our values while we improve as a council. As I said a year ago, we can only do that in partnership with colleagues in our city, town and parish councils, the voluntary sector, the health service, police and our business community. And I thank all members of the council for their input wherever that comes. So my report covers my portfolio areas around our governance, our approach to continuous improvements, our community engagement and our commitment to being a listening council. Working together, the collaboration and partnership, which will be key to our future successes, and with a positive vision for the future, one in which we look ahead, facing up to the challenges and embracing opportunity. And while I've got the microphone, I just wish to extend good wishes. I think it's 8 members who will be standing in the general election shortly, and I do wish to spend my good wishes to all 8 of them that they have a campaign conducted in the spirit of debate, not hate.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions for Bill? If not, we're asked to report to note the report. Moving on to item 16, which is the Constitution and Governance Committee, and it's back to Ros.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just really wanted to say thank you very much to my Vice Chair, Tim Curley, this year. It's been fantastic support in the committee, and also personally, I really enjoyed his company working with him. And as I've enjoyed the company of everybody who's on the Constitution and Governance Committee and those who've substituted as well. We've had some really fulsome debates, particularly, as we know, about the review of the Constitution. And also this year, we had a very interesting report on the Elections Act 2022. And particularly, we were one of the first places in the country to be able to look at the data regarding the new voter ID legislation and the impact it had on the Somerton and Frome parliamentary by-election and the Taunton Town Council elections. And looking forward, yes, we'll be reviewing again the Constitution 24-25. And we'll be continuing the work to review the Somerset Council electoral review, which we had a report back on our meeting in October, the one that took place in Yeovil. And I'm anticipating, I think, coming to the next meeting, which due to be taking place on the 4th of July, we may be changing and amending that date. Something else may be going on that date. We're looking first of all at the size of the council. We had a report on that at our last meeting in April, and I think, when we come to our meeting in June, July, whenever that may be, we'll be looking again and considering and looking at the evidence there for the size of the council, looking forward to the next elections which take place in May 2027. Thank you very much, and open for any questions.
Yes, Mandy.
Thank you, Chair. You weren't disappointed to say I was leaving your committee, but just to reassure you, I'll be hopping back in and keeping an eye. What I will say, actually, I think it's worth every councillor keeping an eye on constitutional standards. There's a whole variety of subjects. There's lots of change ahead and afoot. And even if you can't attend meetings, I think checking in with the agenda just to see what's on it is helpful for all councillors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 17, which is the annual report of the Police and Crime Panel. Over to you, Heather.
Thank you very much. And I was very tempted to say I was going to reward all of you late stayers with my reading out word for word the 19 pages of my report. But I've thought better of it given the hour. I'm here with a different hat on. I'm here as the chair of the panel of the Police and Crime. Sorry, the chair of the Police and Crime Panel. You know their job. Our job is to to support, challenge, and snap at the heels for accountability. to the Police and Crime Commissioner, who has the totality of responsibility for police, crime, prevention of crime and rehabilitation, and the criminal justice system. So it's a big old wodge of stuff we get to look at. A couple of things I just want to say very quickly. One is that this is one of the examples where an outside body is coming here to say what we've been doing. There were earlier this afternoon 4 members from this room. There was Brian Bolt, Martin Whale, Nick Clark, I think he's still with us, and also Federica Smith-Robertson, who with myself, I gave you an extra name there, Smith-Roberts, I do apologise, Fed. We 5 are part of the 17 who do that job. And there are 4 other authorities as well that are represented in the room. But it's important to bring that back. So please do, if you haven't read it already, have a little look at the report. It does include as well the views of some of the panel members themselves and the value they bring, which I think is quite important in a report like this. Some of the things that we've been looking at in the last year and will continue to look at are things like public confidence in policing. We have a public confidence in policing working group. We've also instituted this year 2 innovations. We've instituted also a budget one as well, budget working group. But we're also interested, and which will matter a lot to a lot of you here, to make sure where it was bothered in Somerset, that Somerset got a fair crack of the whip, if you like, on policing. So it's things like we've got neighbourhood policing, always looking at. We're always looking at serious violence. We're always looking at as well, very importantly, the rural crime and crime in rural areas, which is not always regarded the same way. So we're taking it pretty seriously this year, again, as we usually do. We did offer for the new Police and Crime Commissioner to come today, but it was a bit late notice for her diary. Her diary's all over the shop. So unfortunately, Claire Moody couldn't make it. She's in London, but we would have extended that. So perhaps next year when we do it, we'll do the same thing again for Claire. We'll make that offer. And I think that's all I really wanted to say, except that, yeah, please, if you haven't read, I'll answer any questions now or with an email after. And thank you so much for sticking with it to the very end.
Yes, Mandy.
Not at the end.
Thank you. And I did read to the very end. And just to say, there's a wonderful typo on page 614, and you've called it, instead of a precept proposal, it's a percept proposal. So it's a lovely report, and I was really delighted to find a typo. So it's page 614. You might want to correct that. Just for me, the plea is for anybody involved, please, please, please try and get that balance better between policing in Bristol, policing in Somerset, especially our rural areas. I think the number of residents that complain that they don't see police officers, PCSOs, yes, police officers less. And I am concerned and remain concerned that the resource heads into Bristol. And I hope that everybody that sits there on behalf of Somerset will bang the drum to say we need police here. A lot of the crime's not as obvious as it is in a big city, but it's still here, and we need a presence on our street. And we are paying our precept, of course, just like everybody in.
Lee Redman.
Chair, thank you. Just a couple of quick ones. I support the comments of Councillor Chilcott. The fact that nothing is certain is something that we as councillors have to suffer every day. But one of the points that I think is important is the surprise events that we need to be prepared for. And that's one of the things the police recently, within the last few days, I believe that there was an armed robbery in the middle of Bridgewater. That doesn't happen every day. But however, I was amazed to see how quickly the armed response vehicles were able to be there, to the point where, that for those of you that hadn't seen it, they were able to apprehend one of the alleged involved on video, which was interesting. My question is in relation to the new Police and Crime Commissioner. Your report was written, I suppose, looking back and looking forward slightly. Do you see any major changes to the way the Avon and Somerset Police are managed, particularly in the fact that hopefully we will be looking at outside of Bristol, because a lot of people don't realise that outside of the Southwest doesn't stop at Bristol. It goes a bit further. Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
yes, do you want to?
Yeah, if I may, Chair, I'll come back to both of those points because they're related in some respects. A couple of things to say is yes, we're very alert to the fact that Bristol, you know, if you go on the risk, harm, threats thing, there is more crime in Bristol, therefore gets more attention. However, one of the things that we're very keen to do is to really push the prevention, early intervention agenda, and that means being out here where things like county lines are an issue, where things like antisocial behaviour is an issue, children out of school is an issue, they can fall into crime. So we're very conscious of that. The one thing I would say about having Bristol is actually quite a bonus, bizarrely. Don't say this very often. If we didn't have Bristol in our force area, we wouldn't have our violence reduction partnership focus. We were literally the 7th city. We were just the smallest one, but still classed as a city, and we got that. So if we can make the violence reduction partnership work as well as we can, which is something we've been concentrating on the last couple of days, that's really important because that will bring out into all the 5 areas, out away from the city, the big city, not our lovely darling small one, but the big city. That will be really helpful. The joint targeted area inspection that's been running in the last couple of weeks has been looking at children's and also youth justice and also health and also the police to make sure these things are joined up. And it's interesting that the 6th national inspection like this has gone to has gone to Somerset. So we know Somerset's important. But yeah, that's all I really wanted to say. But we will keep at those things. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I was just going through to the last thing. Obviously, we've got the exec here. So I was going to go through them to see if there was any questions for item 18. Oh, sorry, were you going to ask another question?
Sorry, Chair, I just want to raise, I mean, first of all, I do think it's wrong to have members' questions right at the end, but here we go. I wanted to raise from the last meeting, I did ask 2 really important policy questions. And the answers only came through to me yesterday after some chasing, which was disappointing. I've got to say, I do understand the one which I asked about preserving the last pub in every parish. I understand that, and you know, I think that's maybe something where we could do some work. I think the response on do we have a solar farm drainage strategy is really disappointing. It says that depending on the proposal, it may not be necessary for a formal drainage strategy, or if we haven't got one, we wouldn't know. I think it's wrong that Doncaster City Council have got one, and we, with 143 solar farms at the moment, haven't got one. And I do think that we have to take that one a bit more seriously. I know that, you know, there is a solar farm which has just been referred to the Secretary of State in Somerset, and I think not having that strategy will undermine our case as a council. So really disappointed I didn't get a response till yesterday. Really disappointed what it says.
Right, if we can go, sorry, Ros.
Just to reply, I apologise that the officer's response to you was so late, but there is a real challenge for us at the moment, is that policies of this sort of nature are part of local plans, and we at the moment have 6 local plans, and we have a long process to get there till we get the new local plan. So I do take on board what Doncaster is. They're in a different cycle to Somerset with the local plan. However, I have asked for some special planning guidance. It's not a formal policy, but it will give the officers and developers something for the future. And it will take a little while to produce in detail, because we have to work across the patch. It's not just planning, it's also a lot of environmental concerns, which my colleague would, I'm sure, echo. It hasn't been lost, David. We all come back.
And can I thank Executive Member for that? I fully appreciate what you're saying there, but that's not what the response to me said in writing. It's different. But thank you for your response.
Thank you. Okay, item 18, which is questions to the executive. If I start at the far end with Sarah, are there any questions for Sarah before I release her? No, that's fine. Moving down the line. Thank you, Sarah. Sorry to hold you back. Richard, yes.
Sorry, Richard, we can't let you escape. Not at this late stage. I do have a question for you, and it's actually about broadband, and it isn't parochial, because as I'm sure you're well aware, that the Broadband UK contracts for delivering broadband in Somerset ran from 2020 to, I believe, 2025. Do you know how far they are from completing the work? because there are still quite a few areas where broadband is virtually non-existent. You get a guarantee of between 6 to 18 megabits. So what steps are you going to take to hold those contract holders to account in terms of have they done the work, and if they haven't, what are the next steps? Because also from 2025, some of those providers, I know one of them has got a contract to deliver Project Gigabit, which is ultra fast. So is the super fast bit going to be dropped and the ultra fast part going to happen? And say, how are you going to ensure that those bodies are held to account? Because those contracts were connecting Devon and Somerset, but we do need to know that that work is going to be delivered. Because at the moment, I don't think it has been.
Richard.
Thank you. I kind of preempted this question coming because it's it has some implications on my answer. So I've kind of prepared a statement that will cover pretty much all that you've asked, but doesn't put me in a wrong position. So I'll read it out. Best bet.
I'm also happy to accept a written answer at this time of day as well.
Okay.
What an excellent suggestion, Mandy.
Thank you very much. So again, last meeting I brought up tree planting and took the town councillor supportive in my area to get some trees replanted that we've taken down. We've got stumps. Just to say, I've emailed Dixie Fed and yourself, Richard, because it covers all areas. And the response wasn't satisfactory, but the good news is that an officer felt it wasn't, has picked up the phone, we've had a conversation. So what I would urge really is that all of you will help support that, and that will work with whomever it needs to actually get some policies and some agreements in place. The money's there in the town council's pot, and if we can get it sorted locally, you could just roll out a policy and a simple process for the whole of Somerset, and I hope you would work with me and welcome that.
Yeah, I'd like to say it's always difficult when we work across areas of the council to bang heads together sometimes, shall we say. But I think we're getting there. And actually it was a great problem for us to try and solve, can I say, because it has enabled us to work across directorates and try and get that sort of moving. So hopefully we'll get a good result come the end of it.
Thank you. I'm not giving up, and we'll be here next meeting if we haven't progressed.
Thank you. Right, we're going to jump down to Ros because she's got to go next. So any questions for her? Oh, you got off with that one. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask
Oh,
a
hang on,
question?
we got Bill online.
You forgot me. Can I ask a quickie?
You can always have a quickie.
I just wanted to say to Ros, I wanted to thank her so much for getting me on the town deal. Unfortunately, I noticed now on the paperwork, it's not got me on the Bridgewater town deal. And I just wanted to make sure that I would be added officially on there, as I should have been, because Ros had worked to get me there, but I'm not there.
I'm so sorry, Jill. I will find out what's happened, but you're definitely on there. We definitely expect you, and we appreciate your contribution to the town deal, which I'm sure will be significant. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
very
Jill.
much. Thank you.
Right, back to Fed. Dixie, any questions for Dixie? Hi, coming down the line. Back to, who have we got left? Oh, Heather. Oh, sorry, Theo, I missed you. Theo, any questions for Theo? Oh, yes, right, Rosemary.
I'm not sure if this is a question for you, Theo. It's about waste. Are you dealing with waste? No, I'm sorry, I missed that one. Sorry, Dixie. I've got somebody in my patch who hasn't had their waste collected for 6 weeks. Now, she goes on.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, parochial question.
Can I, have you reported it? Through the
Yes,
channel?
but I was going to say that I reported it. I also reported it and they told me to report it. So I have been onto the website to report it, and I've gone through all the questions, but I feel there was one on there that they didn't cover. So it's not parochial, it says if you've got any more questions, you can ask them on the website, but you can't. It gives you a list of what you can ask, but it doesn't say if it's general.
Yes, Dixie.
I'll just respond very quickly, Rosemary. The reporting system is quite complicated and it only takes kind of one bit of information to be wrong for it not to work. And it also kind of crosses Federica's portfolio because in a way the reporting system is under communities, but I deal with waste. But just as a solution, please email me directly with the resident's name and address, and we'll work with people rather than computers. All right.
Very much, Dixie.
Right, Heather. Anything for Heather? No. Finally, Liz. Ah. Yes, David.
I don't think it's fine because I've got 3 questions for councillor Dance.
Oh.
So I will cover councillor Dance. As you'll be aware, he'll be stepping down from his portfolio imminently. So
I wasn't aware of that. So
I will be covering his portfolio area this afternoon.
Okay, they are very simple ones. Shall I drop you a line then in the?
Please do drop me a line.
Yeah.
You'll understand that he needs to step away from his portfolio imminently.
I understand that completely.
Right, as Bill has already had his session. That brings us to an end. It's a very long meeting. Thank you for your patience and have a good journey.